Okay, well thankfully I left myself a bit of a shopping list of things to be done for this session. So surely if I follow past Jake's advice to the T, we'll be A-okay. So let's just jump right in. Ah, it's Vulcanus, just as we left it, launching some stuff over to my Master from Actraiser 2 main freighter. Unfortunately, we need to give this stuff some time because it needs to laser down the asteroids and build up resources, so I think my initial plan was to fly out on this thing, and that certainly can't be happening. What I need is the lose lobby over here. So get that lose lobby over to Vulcanus. We're going to need you here soon. We're also going to need a few changes on Novis. For one, I would really, really like to, if I can... Oops, no, don't do that, don't do that. Set it for filter. I would like to get my electromagnetic science flowing out of this thing again. Hopefully, oh yeah, I've actually got plenty of these, don't I? So that shouldn't be a problem. Let's improve our science. Do that, if you please. And I'm going to need to just absolutely disgustingly get this science in here. So I'm going to do it like so. Just going to shove some long hands over here to grab that extra science. I don't know how much of this I can move up because I'm pretty sure I'm short on some items, but there we go. Let's get that stuff moving in. Let's get you powered appropriately. I hope to God you're actually in range of this power. Looks like you are. Good, then I can keep that going. There are some items on Novis which don't exist in sufficient numbers and aren't automated. Assemblers being one of them. I've only got 5 remaining here. So something that's going to happen is I'm going to automate these items. I also want some long hands, I think. And I also think I could do that by doing this. So if I have you here, I could longhand insert regular inserters into here. And what do you need for those as well? I think if I have you and you here too, then I can have you come out and there we go. Now we have long-handed inserters. And now I will also want... geez, could this go away for a bit? I don't know if I'm breaking anything here, but probably. Right. That's enough to make you. If you are set to regular assemblers. And I still want assembler Mark IIs here. So if I get that in like so, and that in like so, and that in like so, and then out you go. I shouldn't need a bajillion of these things, but 100, 200, 300 should suffice. Let's keep everything powered, please. Yeah, just slam down loads of those. Same with long-handed inserters. I can't imagine needing too many of those, so there you have it. Immediate problem, I don't have enough long-handed inserters to automate long-handed inserters. That's hilarious. And also tragic. Alright then. We're gonna have to steal some long-handed inserters. In that case, here's what I propose. I'm gonna steal all of these, so they get moved over there. Then those long-handed inserters will be put over to this, or so I hope. Why are they putting... Oh god, my little crappy storage box. My one storage box is over there. I hope I have more of these. I'd like these a bit more central if I could be so... so greedy. Anyway. I actually need these things back before I consider doing that. And now that should automate my long-handed inserters. Okay, there we go. That should be a wee bit better. Automating undergrounds would also be nice. Do I have the power to do such a thing? What does it take for undergrounds? I certainly hope it just takes you and you. Alright, just get me a bunch of regular undergrounds, please. Hopefully that solves some of the logistic problems that we are otherwise facing on Novis. What do you mean you don't have gears? What do you mean I'm completely out of gears? Where did the gears go? Oh, crumbs. I think I deleted that by accident. Yeah, okay, that should bring the gears back. Okay, that'll hopefully be fine. Another problem on Vulcanus is that we're kind of overloading on light fuel and not overloading on the production of rocket fuel. So my proposition is simple. We double it. Very simple proposition. Just get doubloons. Bring that over. Bring that over. And I can't see how this could ever be a problem. And on top of that, now that I have better assemblers, we should upgrade everything that can severely be improved right now. So I'll upgrade all of you. Oh god, they're not part of the network. And oh god, they're not part of the electrical network either. Okay, hopefully that connects them all up. Is there anything else I need sufficiently more of? Anything that I think should be upgraded? Yeah, we don't make anywhere near enough flying robot frames. Let's just crank up electric engines while we're at it. You might say crank up everything, but I'm not drowning in these awesome assemblers just yet, so we'll leave it be for now. I may or may not need more of these in the future. Alright, that can't be too bad. As for me, has my crappy ship arrived yet? Yes, Lou's Lobby is here. I want to go up to Lou's Lobby. I need to be up there with Lou's Lobby. I'm going to ditch probably all of my things right now. I'll leave them available for the Logistibots, just in case they need them more than I do. But yeah, you're not allowed to take stuff on the ships, so you're even... you can take your guns, actually. I guess I'll keep this stuff. Don't I have an extra pair of legs in there? I'm actually going to get rid of a lot of this. And then... I'm going to put in one of my pairs of legs here. No need for my logistics stuff, please. There we go. It's hideous, but I may need or want those extra legs down the line. Otherwise, take the rest of the stuff. And what are we taking with us over to... where are we going, actually? What is the game plan? Bit of a pre-timer building practice. No. Jake, we aren't starting shortly anymore. Ah, that's what you mean. I forget that every time when it comes to Factorio, don't I? Because I don't normally put that there anymore. Normally I use the pre-screen countdowns, but I don't want the pressure building up on me for Factorio. There's already enough pressure as it is. Given the timer, does this feel like a 24 or a 25? Then, wait, oh, you put your kid to bed, not yourself to bed. Ah, day late and $1 short. I won't be redoing this. Alpha gets to do it, or somebody else can do this challenge, and then they can rub it in my face when they do better than me. Right, so what I need to do is I need to go to Fulgora, but I need to go via Novis, so there's something I want to pick up. So on my way there, I should bring some assemblers and some quality modules. So actually, yes, please, give me, like, I don't know, as many of these as you can, and I want those Mark II quality modules, please. As many as I can afford. We'll see how many we want to blast up into our ship up there. Is 22 sufficient? It'd be nice if it was divisible by 4, which 22 is not. I assume they're bringing over some more for me because, yeah, there are more to be had. What's the stack size? Rocket capacity 25 and 50. In that case, why don't I just bring 25 up here? Yeah, send that over to Lou's Lobby. And send the rest of these over to Lou's Lobby. Huh? You gonna take him or what? Deliver that to Lou's Lobby as well, please. I don't think I'll need anything else. I certainly hope I don't need anything else. Alright, in that case, I would also like to come up to Lou's Lobby. Yeah, we're getting going now. Can't think of anything else I need to do around here, and if I do need to do anything, I can do it remotely. And let's keep these ones on remote view if I must. Fulfill automatic requests. Good, you all do. Alright, hopefully that keeps this place ticking along just fine, with or without me. Will I ever actually want productivity over quality? I think yes, I will. I think so much do I want that I'm going to change it over right now. Because quality isn't super important, but these things will be at some point. Make me a bunch of those, please. We're making efficiency modules, perhaps even too many of them. And we got these going for us. Whoa, where the hell do you think you're going? Right, this thing needs to be set to, like, it's over 9,000 on waiting, because I don't like you doing things without my my permission. Right now we're going to Novis, but there's something I need in Novis. There's something I need quite desperately in Novis. Oh, I'm already quite saddened about something that I didn't bring over for Novis. I forgot artillery, didn't I? Artillery important. Yeah, I knew I was forgetting something mega important. Yeah, there's also something else I forgot that's really important. Get your arse back to Vulcanus, for God's sake. Fortunately, you're already most of the way there. Yeah, I forgot something. Well, I forgot a bunch of things rather important. I want some eclectic engines. I think I can take up 401 rocket, right? Yeah, rocket capacity 400. While I'm at it, if I'm passing over Novis, maybe I could give them their heavy drills. Do I want that now or later? I'd rather focus 100% on Novis when the time comes, so let's just pass on bringing them down the mining drills. I need to focus on Fulgora and Gleba right now. Alright, so we'll go back and get those goodies. While we're at it, though, Novis, there's something important that I need, and hopefully you're making the gubbins for me now. No, because I didn't tell you to make the gubbins. There we go. Now you will make me the assembly machine 2s of my dreams. But it's a very, very simple task, right? Just slam it down wherever. I need you to make me uranium fuel cells. Boop-de-boop. Wait, Tesla weapons? Isn't that a bit of a greedy technology to be researching right now? It is very, very greedy. It'd be nice to get done. Let's consider tech once we have this thing at the ready. So please, if you could, take over the things that you need, slam them out here. Don't make many of them. I don't need many of them. But do get it done. It's quite important. We're going to need those when we're over with Lou's lobby. Lou's lobby's electric engines are on the way. I mean, while I'm at it, I could bring the heavy mining drills. That way they're there and ready for me. But I also need the artillery. Vulcanus. This is a very, very simple request, I hope. I want you to grab this and make me one artillery turret, please. Of course, you're going to need one of these to get the goods. Just keep it real simple here. And it's going to take a while for that stuff to load in, that's why I gave it the big inserter thing. And on top of that, I'm going to need some artillery shells. Let's just get this achievement done now that we have it unlocked. I don't want to screw this up by accidentally destroying things that I don't. Where are the artillery shells? There they are. Just realized something. Artillery shells need something that I don't really have. Explosives. Thankfully I have explosives right here. Right, I'm wasting my time doing too much of this, so... please stop doing that. Cease making more of these. And then start banking up a few explosives for me. I shouldn't need many. I really shouldn't need many. So I'm just going to... where we were in the log net, that's good. Get over here and get me a bunch of these at the ready. Again, I shouldn't need that many. Wait, is calcite in the log net? I mean, if nothing else, there should be some leftover scraps of calcite that I've had to throw in. You know, there's 412 at the ready. How much do I need to make one of these things? Not a whole lot, and radars are part of the log net. Please tell me refined concrete is in the log net. That is not what you're telling me. Please don't do that, and please do that. And it'll take a minute or two for that thing to finish off. So, of course, we speed it up. Right, that gets me the bits and bobs that I need. I shouldn't need that many artillery shells either. That's what happens when you don't think ahead about what you're doing. I shouldn't need that many is the biggest lie in all of Factorio. Yeah, but overproduction cost me a whole hecking load of time at this. Hurry up, I need that. Why you gotta be so slow? How much of this stuff do we need? Please don't say 60. Of course it's saying 60. Alright, how many of these shells can I fire up at one time? Rocket capacity of 10. Alright, we'll get those 10 sent up. Why are you making regular concrete and assemblers? Actually, I make concrete over here, but it's not brought down over here. This is just an early setup I had from the start, and I can't foresee myself needing tons of refined concrete from here, so this is just all we're making do with for now. Which means I just have to agonizingly wait for the extra refined concrete to come along and get this thing done. But once we do, we're going to bring up the artillery shells, which does mean, and it's Lose Lobby that's bringing it over. Lose Lobby should request those, well, that one piece of artillery. Just one, please. I don't need more electric engines where I'm going. And of course the 10 of these from Vulcanus. And once those are ready, we'll get moving again. And provided Lose Lobby hasn't waited long enough. And I should probably pause thrust with that in mind. The artillery shells are on their way. How about those uranium fuel cells, my friend? I forgot where I put down their production. Here it is. Good, good. I got 50 or so of them. How many to a rocket? 10. Now you might be wondering, why, Jake? Why do you want those? I have long desired more power, and I will have that power. Do I need any of this other power where I'm going? Insert capacity stuff needs stone, and Novis is out of stone at this point. Kavarak's enrichment is overrated. Again, productivity would be really nice, but productivity science is out because we have no stones. I really need to get my laser damage up at some point. You know, whilst that stuff is waiting, what I could also do is improve my production of these things. We capped laser production quite a long time ago, but what if we had more of these so that I can get more of my other science on the go? Let's just very haphazardly bring this up, bring this along, bring the rest of this along. Again, it's just while we wait. Doesn't work now, does it? Okay, what if we say no to this now? Then you can't say no to me. This has the potential to work. I do see where the lack of power is going to hurt you, but don't worry about that. It's just giving me something to do whilst everything else is falling apart. Yeah. Could you be reached from here? Good enough. So hopefully that'll improve my robot frame game so that someday this will be improved as well. Hey, Lose Lobby, do you have the goods yet? There's one available on the planet. Oh god, rocket capacity is of 5. Okay, custom minimum payload of 1, please. Vulcanus, I should not need any more of any of this, so please cease. Hopefully I don't need more. Oh, I actually made one extra of these. What a tragedy. Alright, Lose Lobby's going to take this and dump a whole lot of it over to Novis, and then Novis is going to finally keep our hands clean. I overbuilt the amount of artillery shells I need just in case I mess this up somehow. Alright, there we go. Get moving and don't let me down. Overproduction, a slow and insidious time waster. Yeah, well, we've already burned about 20 minutes, and what have we done? Just got off the planet. When I get to Novis, there's something quite important that I want, and that is my 10 fuel cells. There we go. Bring over 10, and I will send them up manually, and I will drop off what I need dropped off. Fulgora is continually annoying me about missing this one thingamajigger here. Why are you even making these? There's no good reason. Oh god, why are you making tons of these? Please stop doing whatever you're doing. Whatever has been happening here has been a tragic mistake. Just get that stuff out of there. Hey, my Power Armor Mark II is ready. That's kind of a good sign. One of the big reasons we're going to Fulgora is for a big upgrade, but we also need to keep the scrap flowing on Fulgora. Currently, it is not because the scrap, well, we're at the very bottom. We're at the final 5% or so of all our scrap. We need this 36 million to keep everything flowing. Now, it's possible I don't need that. It's possible I can bank up enough holmium, especially since we augmented this with a foundry. That actually looks like it's going to need a bit more backing up, actually. When in doubt, just have more. And then more, and then more. Because we're going to need a lot of that stuff for Aquilo. Aquilo Science requires holmium, which is a real unfortunate move, isn't it? Alright, here are your artillery shells. Here's the artillery. And I don't think there's anything else I need to drop off. Please do not pick up this stuff anymore. But please, in Novis, send me over those 10 uranium cells. Delivered to Lose Lobby, not to Victory Snapper. And I just want to double check that we are doing the right things here. I guess I will do Tesla weapons. It would be nice to make sure that Gleba is defended, and it wouldn't be too expensive to produce a few of these, considering that Fulgora is actually going quite well. But let's check our numbers, shall we? Okay, it's only 4 to make this, and the rest of those goods should be available on Fulgora, so great. And Lose Lobby does have those quality modules. Excellent. So once you have received the nuclear stuff, we are going over to Fulgora. The ammo is holding fine, which is great. Is it choo-choo time? Yeah, the bots could not be tortured over that distance without access to... access to what? Foundation. Yeah, we're a long way away from Foundation. Well, we might never see Foundation in this run. Alright, we got our cells. In that case, off to Fulgora we go. And I want actually dropped off on Fulgora as soon as we get there, please. We know this ship can handle the journey as long as it has the ammo, and we made sure it banked loads of ammo. How is Master from ActRaiser 2 performing? The ammo is backing up, which is a good sign. How about the fuel? There is some fuel. That is also a good sign. We'll just leave it be. We don't need to activate this thing until it's time to go and colonize Gleba, but that time isn't too far away. Oh, right. Whilst I'm flying around, Novis, I need you to murder some... well, they're not people, are they? But I do need you to go and murder. Oh, you can't be told to just go and grab artillery shells, huh? Please grab me artillery shells. Get all 10 in there. Go Logibots. Alright, and now I want you to just... can we even see any of these? No. Alright, please murder this thing. I'm actually able to tell them to murder it. Come on, another shot there. Yeah! Destroy your first enemy structure using artillery. The biggest, most problematic achievement is finally done. Now, in order to not see a million revenge attacks, please stop doing that. There we go. We'll sort you out later. They do big revenge attacks, but that should be not such a problem right now. Alright, finally. I'm going to keep that up for a while in case people are wondering if we have it yet. Now I can expand to my heart's content, and my heart will not be content until there is a lot of dead Xenos. Am I the Xeno? Well, who's to say? Right, do I need these electric engines here? Kind of. Yeah, give me the electric engines, give me the quality modules, give me the superior assembly machines, and give me the uranium fuel cells. Otherwise, stay up here and stay out of trouble. Stay in school. Eat your kids, brush your milk, and don't do teeth. What am I here to do again? I have managed to forget. Tell you what, life will be easier if I pick up my goods. Are these mine? Oh god, no, don't pick up that garbage. Right, righty, bloody, tighty. For one, give me all of this stuff. And absolutely don't give me Power Armor Mark II just yet. I want assembly machines. I want this away from a lot of this other stuff, but whatever, here's where I am. Where is all my stuff, by the way? I really, really need my super duper ultra armor, and I want it rolled for quality. Where is that thing? Yeah, there you are. Get in there. Now, I probably won't get this quality, but right, I need processing units, holmium, capacitors, and the other thing. Why did I take my legs off? I shouldn't have taken my legs off. I was too busy thinking, oh, I'm grabbing better equipment. Right, I need these. I didn't pay attention to whether or not these are needed. Holmium and the special items here are also needed. Get that rolled and life gets a lot easier. And then we're going to roll for other items as well. Because gacha rolling is incredibly fun, I'm told. Again, I did not pay attention to the number of these things needed. We're just grabbing whatever seems sane. Which is over the amount we'll ever need. Alright, go! Give me my 8% chance of a good thing, please. While I'm at it, I need to roll for rather a lot of items, don't I? It's so dark. I'd like 10 of these in a row, please. Where in the world did I leave all my goods? I would have left like a crate of items here that had all the stuff before I left. Ah, I see it now. It's over here. That's probably a little more than I have space for. Actually, it seems surprisingly fine. Or maybe not. I need gear wheels and a bunch of basic stuff so I can make basic stuff. I never got around to setting up a regular mall here, which I certainly should have, but I still didn't. What else? What else? Maybe some red circuits, gear wheels, iron, steel. Crawling around very slowly here, because I'm not thinking what I'm doing through. I'm going to want these mining drills placed differently real soon as well. Where's the metal? There's the metal. Alright, great. One thing this place severely lacks are inserters. Just grab a bunch of these. Make them nice and quick. At least from base ingredients, it's very quick to make. And what's our roll? It is regular quality, not unexpected, like at all. Take this garbage away. I don't need this garbage. I'm going to take those back, and we are going to start filling you up with things. Alright, for one, I would really, really like my nuclear thingamajigger. Alright, these aren't going to be doing buggery for me until there's power. Right, so you're going to make me some of these. I'd really like some better pairs of legs, if at all possible. Or if nothing else, I need some legs, period. Where's my quality modules? Where are my quality modules? Okay, I see them. Hard to see things around here. Where's that steel? Oh, I must crawl my way over to steel. Crawling, crawling, crawling. No king should have to crawl like this. How goes Fulgora? Fulgora is mostly done. We're just here to grab things. Alright, hey, we got two of them. Both of them are the standard quality that one would pretty much expect, but at least it means we have power. Limited power. I think I want 5 pairs of legs, but if I can end up with quality legs, then that's all the better. Think about the things that I want on this, right? There are the legs, but there's also roboports, and for that I'm going to need a lot of regular roboports. How many of these things? They need rather a lot. I need a ton of batteries and a ton of steel and a ton of reds. Get me my batteries. Where's my quality? Hey, we did make quality legs. Okay, very good. Can you make, like, more of them? Quality legs are better legs, after all. Yes, lots of batteries are needed. Now, you might say, Jake, get bots to do this. Now, you might be right. God, how many of these batteries was I banking? Nowhere near enough. Give me, like, every battery under the sun. Are batteries needed for other things that I'm trying to make here? Probably. I'm going to need a lot of batteries for my batteries. So maybe I'm overdoing these. I only want a couple of them anyway. How many do I have on my person? And did I ditch any over here? It doesn't look like I did. How many do I have? How many do I have? Why are they so hard to see here? I got 13. That's already more than I need. Right. You there then make me the Mark II version, preferably with quality. And then from there, I really need a whole lot of personal batteries. Like a ton of personal batteries. Not quality ones, though. And that's just steel and batteries, I believe. Like, I need a ton of these things. So you guys get to work. Is quality on the menu so far? No. But yeah, we'll get a lot of batteries. I also want laser turrets. That's going to require me to make laser... Ooh, more quality legs. Okay. It's a good day when it comes to legs. Because every bit of this is an additional speed up of almost 10% each. No speed modules to help. For these guys, yeah, they could probably do with them, couldn't they? For now, though, just get me loads of batteries, because we're going to make better batteries. I guess I'll just make two regular quality personal robo things. I'm going to need night vision. What else goes here? Energy shields. They're going to get the same treatment as the batteries, although while that is going on, I'm probably going to need a bunch of rail support. So I'm going to need a lot of rails. That's stone, iron sticks, and whatnot. Of course, I didn't bank iron sticks, but I could take that. I'm sure I would have shoved stone somewhere, like here. Give me that, and then just give me a big old fat stack of rails. And I'm going to need more refined concrete for that other thing. I'm going to need 2 of you. That'll do us all rather nicely. Right, so energy shields are also a cool thing. Those don't need to be particularly high quality, just make me tons of them. Because I think in order to make Energy Shield Mark II, you need 10 Energy Shield Mark Is. Am I completely off my rocker when I make that assertion? Where are energy shields? Here we go. The energy shields are here. They just need steel and reds. And this thing needs blues and 10 of them. So I need 20. I'll still roll for quality, but I don't need more than 20 energy shields. It's these batteries that I need to roll a gorillion of. And I'm not kidding. Yeah, I need so many of those things. Do I want to keep rolling for legs? Yeah, because quality legs are worth a whole lot, right? Speeding me up is great. So keep shoving those in. No harm, no fuss. This is where I will probably want... No, I won't care about that. What I will care about is unqualitied regular personal battery Mark IIs, of which I'm going to need rather a lot. Still need a whole bunch of you, don't I? All right, get in there. This is burning my time while some of that stuff is rolling. Maybe I could start considering how I build my train network thing. I probably shouldn't be starting on this side, but here we are. No, I should be starting over here, which means I need a few other things. I need a couple of train stops. There's no need for signaling. There is a need for locomotives, which require engines. Is this where I discover that I don't have engines because I've been turning them all into these things? Yeah, it absolutely is. You no longer have things that you desire. And I need a bunch of engines. Okay, go figure. Make me a fat lot of pipes, and I'll just burst out some engines the old-fashioned way. Engines. Engines need steel and sprockets and things. Good thing I bank all this steel, right? Good thing I've got all this inventory space, right? Get out of here. Get out of here. Oh good, they keep on going because I got loads and loads of batteries, although still maybe not quite enough. Keep them coming. What do you mean 5 is enough? 5 is not enough. More blues are needed. I'm running out of space, but that's because I'm full of steel. Tell me, when it comes to making the Mark IIIs, how many do those need? And tell me that I have those researched as well, please. Okay, good. Mark IIIs require 5, and I would ideally like 4. So we need a lot of these. Okay, well, it's nothing new. You are continuing to Shabawa, which is great. Might run into battery problems here. Oh, that's right. My engines are still lacking those pipes, which I'm fairly certain I'm making. There we go. Just make me a bunch of engines for my locomotive. Does the passenger bit need engines as well? No, just steel and things. All right. This is less all right. Tell me I have bots on me. Doesn't look like I have bots on me. I would have given them all away. This stuff needs to be cleared up, and that's a bot job, not a me job. Also, where's my energy? I need some batteries for this. I thought Novis was the next thing to do. Yeah, me too, but I really wanted the upgrades from Vulcanus on the double. From Fulgora, rather. How are these things looking? 19, one more, and we're at 20. Fantastic. Now, please make me the next markup with full quality, if you can, please. Yeah, these things are absolutely consumed by you. I got 14, 15, 16, 17. What are they lacking? I don't care. Consolidate everything here and get them made. Give me half of that and make the rest here. There's my 2. Didn't roll any quality. Not concerned. Just get it in there. Now I want... I also want some lasers. Right. Laser turrets, please. These were on Novice, but I didn't have the time or consideration to sort that out. What else do you need? Batteries. Oh, I'm not made of batteries. How many batteries each? 12. Oh, I don't like that. How many of these more can you make? Actually, I think that's my lot. 19, and that's 20. All right, sweet. In that case, I need no more of you. Just make it. And then I'm going to want my things here. I may as well try to make them with quality. Yeah, this doesn't require too much. It just needs these things to be done. All right, glorious. Now I want my Super Mark III thingamajiggers made with quality with all of these. Get 4 done, and we're practically there. And that'll be my suit, probably for the end of time. Yeah, 2 energy creators, 4 maximum Mark batteries, 5 lasers, and a bunch of legs. Because we like legs around here, I think. Ooh, more legs. More quality legs. I didn't expect to get so much quality out of my leg work. It's beautiful. It's not quite sheer perfection, but it's beautiful. Alright, these things aren't rolling quality for me just yet, but I'm sure they'll get there. Just like I'm sure these will as well. How are those engines of mine doing? We got them. Mr. President, we got them. There's extra batteries here as well, how nice. Actually, I need 2 of these, don't I? Hopefully I have enough engines. I certainly do. Also, I need electric circuits. This is taking way too long. This could certainly have been automated. 1 cargo wagon as well, please. But automation takes space away from the mind. Let's go with that. Let's begin powering ourselves up. Let's find those 10 construction bots that I need. There are only 50 construction bots in the whole network. That is a damn shame. Well, I'll give them back, but right now I need them for ME. How can I improve that? Tell you what, this is what I'll do. Not that. Oh, they don't have access to this crap. Okay. Well, never mind. I'll make do with the very few... Oh, that's not very few. That'll be enough construction bots for what I'm trying to do. What am I trying to do? Okay, no quality in my batteries, but that's okay. The quality in the legs is probably the biggest, mainest thing we could have. Alright, there's our endgame, or probably our endgame armor setup. Now, I need my big drills with me, because their job here is pretty much done. Actually, isn't it more prudent to set up the other stuff first? I just grab these anyway. Yoink, 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 yoink. I think scrap is extra quick and easy to dig out of the ground anyway. How about some ways to capture the lightning? I lack bricks. God, are there even bricks in the network? There are bricks in the network. Where are they? I don't know. So I will just tell my bots to figure that out for me. Please give me the bricks. Wherever they may be. Looks like they're heading towards where bricks are. Bricks are here. Alright. Give the bricks. And then I need the copper cable, among other things. Copper cable is fine if I have copper, but... Yeah, I need a bit more than... Oh god, I'm also going to need accumulators for setting up stuff over there. And that means I'm also going to need some power sources. Do we even have more of these? I don't know. Do I have the wherewithal to make some more of these? No, because of bleeding copper cable. And I don't think I stack copper... Oh, thank god I stacked copper cable. Yoink. Alright, give me some of those. And then give me some more of these. And then let's go and start digging out the rest of the scrap. The game is ending one way or another with this armor. Oh, thanks to the vote of confidence, Alpha. I'm sure he means only good things by that. I'm going to get maxed out on crap in my inventory at this rate, aren't I? Let's move that stuff over. Go, little crappy robots, go! I'm sorry I'm calling you crappy. It's not on you, it's me. I'm the one that should have prepped for this long ago. Once we're done with this, we're going to not back to Novis. Even though I really need to expand Novis, we're going to get Gleba done on the freaking double. Which means I need to send up a lot of stuff for that. I think I'm over-preparing with the amount that I'm trimming away. I don't need all of this crap. Where are my chests? This is the loads of crap I don't need chest. Alright, that should be good enough. I mean, really all I need are chests, inserters, train, and whatnot. So let's just slam some of these down haphazardly, just to keep the place safe as houses. Safe as houses, he says. And then... Yeah, I'm pretty sure the big mining drills are going to fill these things up just lickety-spit as is. But I don't have a lot of space for this junk. Right, I should definitely figure out how the train stuff comes in first before laying all this stuff down. But I reckon somehow it works out from here. And then it gets elevated. I have not done a lot of train elevation stuff, I should point out. And then we need this to make its way over to here some way, somehow. Yeah, does that look good? Bots, how good does it look? Good, great. This stuff I'm pretty sure is unaffected by lightning. It better be unaffected by lightning. Alright, good enough. So we have a train pulling in here. I hate right-hand stuff, but there you go. And then where are my trains? Bearing in mind they need to be fueled as well, but that's alright, we'll deal with it. And then, is that forward? Is that backwards? Who's to say? Take half of my fuel, take the other half of my fuel, and let's get you all set up. I'm sorry to say fast inserters are all you're going to get. And they're going to have to do you, and there's no room for fancy loading here. All you're getting is stupendously unfancy loading. Just the stuff comes in, the stuff goes out. People gather around, they all begin to shout. Something about a treat to beat your feet on the Mississippi mud, is that how it goes? I hope I don't run out of... Oh, I'm about to run out of these, aren't I? What can I do? I can make more. I have the technology. Also, we're going to need our accumulators over here. How exactly we set that up, I haven't thought of yet. But some space would surely help. Maybe I shouldn't destroy that. Oh, well, it's destroyed now. Stop gathering that crap. It tuckers you out and leaves me with crap I gotta deal with. Right. Power it up. Power it up. Get these guys their power as well. And they need just a wall of these things. Not really thinking about how this all operates. As long as they exist, it'll be fine. And somewhere along the lines, you get power from thunder. The mining drills are surprisingly not that bad on energy, so I think this will be fine. Alright, groovy. So how does this work? Well, I make you another station and I give you some proper orders. We'll also bring over some more miners for this. Not even circuited, what a caveman. I am aware of how god-awful what I'm building is. But it, like many things, is constructed of necessity. Who put this nonsense here? Oh god, they're coming from my garbage. No, that garbage is my garbage. Stay away from it. You can't have it. Alright, here we go. So, here we are at... Why can't I interact with this station? Does it have to be within your... No, here we go. Right. Scrap... What the hell was that? Scrap loading. And I believe it's called 36 million of it. And this is... Scrap unloading. And our thing here is automagic. It goes to scrap loading until the cargo is full. And then it goes to scrap unloading until cargo is empty. Where the hell is empty cargo? There's empty cargo. I think it got differentiated. And also, full fuel. Alright, very good. I can't be run over by trains anymore, which is also rather good. And again, I would love to load you and unload you faster. Wait, can I actually make some bulk inserters? Yeah, I can. Sweet. Alright, well, that's additional bonus for you. A bonus for you. This might be a little ugly, but there you go. I don't know what this nonsense is, but get it out of my face. Also, give me more of these. Do not give me wooden, crappy chests. Not wooden, but still crappy. Could have saved myself some effort by bringing the train to this stuff rather than not. Right, I still struggle on fast transport belts. And I don't like the fact that I'm creating all of the sprockets for it, right? We have sprockets in abundance. So just make me... What do you mean you can't make more of those? It's because I lack iron plates, isn't it? And part of that is because I have so much crap in my inventory, and a big part of that crap is stonen. So get these stones out of my face. Make me a whole lot of this. And then a whole lot of that, and we'll bring it over. So that stuff's going to come on in. But also you need the fuel, and we're going to do that incredibly simply. We're just going to grab a Requesto Chesto from somewhere. I hope I have these. Requesto chest. Load them up. This is where it says we don't have request chests. No, we do actually have request chests. Alright, cool. Very simple. I just want you to load up on the rocket fuel, of which we have bajillions of. Although you could also just use solid fuel. Solid fuel's fine. Alright, take like 400 solid fuel in each of these. I know I'm drowning in this stuff. Wait, do I even bank solid fuel? I do now. Alright, there we go. Everything is needed? Fine. I could just shove these in a lot more yellow belts, huh? Alright, you, whatever you're doing, your new job is to not be doing that. I don't think I have the to grounds that I'm looking for. I'm making so much garbage here. There we go. That'll feed into here, and then that will solve all of my problems, surely. And whilst that is being created, I'll make sure that we have bulk inserters on this side. And I'm going to move all of my other dudes over here. So yes, bulk inserters for faster loading and unloading, and all is well. And it's just a single thing here, and that will make sure that the scrap is flowing pretty much forever. We have no real risk of it drying up. Plenty of risks of it not being very good, but it doesn't need to be very good. It just needs to function. Is there anything I want to add more of? Actually, I really wouldn't mind backing up more of my blues here. Yeah, frankly, too many blues go through, and there are plenty of things we can do with those blues. Anything else I need to care about over here, huh? I suppose, given the way things are going over here... Do I even have my See in the Dark things on? Feels like they're not quite activating. This place kind of lacks assemblers. I did bring some additional assemblers, but in the interest of having this place still run without me, I'm just going to make some basic items and leave them behind. They shouldn't need any more. This place should just run as is, but... well, butts be damned. Alright, is there anything else I actually need to set up? I guess the rest of these could be installed. That'd be handy. It'd be handy if I had them. I was going to bring over more of the drills, right? Yeah. It's admirable the job they do over here, but it's just better for me if they work elsewhere. I guess I'll leave one for a lark. A lark is just having a laugh. I also hope that this stuff, you know, runs perfectly well on its own. It'll run better if it actually has access to all that lightning. There we go, no indication that comes even close to depleting. This thing fills up on scrap. Everybody wins, especially me. Now, time for us to leave. We've already spent too long here. What the hell is that? Get in there. Alright, the scrap flows plentifully. If anything, it flows too much, right? I need to process this better, but it doesn't matter. What matters is that just stuff flows. Everything gets voided eventually. There's nothing to worry about. And we get the holmium, and we have lots of holmium backed up for later. Question is, do I want to take anything with me when I'm leaving here? I've got my main armor, and that was the main thing, but I'm pretty sure I'm going to Gleba now. So I'll leave it behind, like, everything I've made. Do I want any electroplants? Hold on, I could go via Novis and drop them off some electroplants for later. Or I could pick that up later, because we're not currently working on Novis. What the hell. How are you doing on making more of these things? You're not. Okay, that's probably good. Let's take 10 of these and send them up. And take them to Novis. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Deliver this to the lose lobby. Deliver this to the lose lobby. Make sure lose lobby has space, you know, after I send them up. Of course it does. Then I'm going to join them, and all will be well. You can keep your quality mods and all that. I don't know if it's going to need any of these crappy things, but we'll leave them behind. Just had a thought about bots. Do I actually have bots over in Vulcanus, or are they all immediately being thrown into the network? I got bots, good. I'm going to need those. I'm going to need quite a few of those. There's a bunch of things I'm going to need over in Novis. Over in not Novis. Right, why are we waiting around for these things? Just get this junk out of my inventory. Now is not the time. If I desperately need to build anything more, we can do so later. Double check that I have pretty much the ideal suit of armor that I was looking for, unless I made some quality goods that I... Hold on, do I need a recycler? Think about that. Recycling on Gleba. Recycling anywhere, frankly. I'll need recyclers in Aquilo, but that's a future problem. I mean, they're good, but setting up recycling is more time and mental bandwidth than I can manage at the moment. And if anything needs fixed here, it can be fixed remotely. Alright, in that case, get me over to Lose Lobby. And then Lose Lobby, once I'm there, bring us over to Novis. And then while we're at it, it's time to start thinking about how a cunning individual does Gleba. Gleba wants to burner tower everything unused. Yeah, exactly. So we won't bother recycling. I mean, recycling could work, but burning works as well. Fortunately, I thought ahead and I did write myself a things you want list for Gleba. That is not going on the Lose Lobby, though. It's got to go on the Master from ActRaiser 2, which hopefully has all the resources. Oh, it's built up a lot of ammo. That's great. That is truly great. Right then, I'm going to tell it to grab a bunch of goods. So we're going to need a lot of... Why did that disappear on me? We're going to need a lot of transport belts. I am going to make a quick estimation at 1,500 transport belts. I cannot be ringed making these myself. We're going to want some splitters. We're going to want some undergrounds. I wish I'd set this up ahead of time now. Probably rather a lot of undergrounds. Damn it. It doesn't default to the planet that you're on. I really, really wish it would. I'm going to need a lot of grabby hands. I'm going to need some long grabby hands, but probably not as many. I'm going to need base ingredients. Give me 1,000 iron. Give me 1,000 copper. This could take a while. I'm going to need... What is this? 400. All right. Give me... Gonna need enough for building silos as well, right? Give me 2,800 steel, please. Should need sprockets. I can make those on site if really needed, although can't you get more sprockets than iron plates? Anyway, give me 1 cartload of greens and 1 cartload of reds, please. I think it's 1,000 loads of reds. It is 1,000 loads of reds. I'll need power distribution as well. Give me 50 of the big guys. And give me more of the littler guys, like 100 of them should be fine. And then, just in case we need to blow up some rocks in our way, let's estimate 40 of those will be fine. Let's go for initial power. I know there's ways you can just drop in some stuff to burn to get initial power, but just to make things as simple as possible, we will do it with solar power. And just in case things are a little too greedy on power, take some of those lovely little emerald gems with you as well. I'm going to want roboporting. Why is everything slowing down here? Speed up with the deliveries, please. Yeah, roboports, a stack of logibots, and a stack of construction bots. Again, it defaults to Novis, and I really, really wish it defaulted to the planet that you're above. Otherwise, I'm also going to want some assemblers. I shouldn't need too many of them, but let's just take a full stack of them. A full stack of these is 25, right? Not 50. Yeah, rocket capacity is 25. Okay, good. And for later, for rocket launches, I'm going to want to be able to launch a few, so give me 200 LTS. Give me stack size 300. I want to make 2 rocket launching silos here, so it's 600. I've written these numbers down, by the way. I thought about what I'm going to need in the future. I'm also going to need 1 full stack of electric engines to make 2 loads of rocket silos. And there's also a small question of how we power this thing. Maybe I can do that manually. This will be a very bad time to find that I don't have enough things for launching my rockets. But no, it seems to be doing fine. They're going A-OK. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Groovy. I should need a whole load of mining drills, so how about you don't automatically go up? I'm going to give you some things on demand. Give me 4 mining drills. Give me... This is stack size 50, right? Not 50. How do I do one at a time? Z. Give me 2 lines of them. Actually, maybe 20 will be fine. I also need a couple of heat exchangers. Do I even make heat exchangers? What do you mean I don't make heat exchangers? That changes now. Please make sure that we have 50 heat exchangers at all times. And turbines, huh? I shouldn't need a lot of turbines. Can I get away with 2 of them? That's really light, but they do make 5 megawatts each. Let's try and get away with 3 of them then, as long as I can fit in a couple of you. But I'm also going to need heat exchangers. Maybe I'm being a little bit too greedy with how I'm doing this. Where the heck are those heat exchangers and what's taking so long? Meanwhile, the Lose lobby is over Novis, so Novis can have their electroplants. And then, assuming that there's nothing I need to bring from Novis over to Gleba. Thinking, but also checking notes. Should be fine. Alright, let's go to Gleba. Passenger must be present, and please wait a gorillion years. Good enough. It also says because it's my first trip to Gleba. How cute. Yeah, I'm also going to need some heat pipes. These things are coming up devilishly slowly. Vulcanus, what were we in the middle of doing with you? There you are. How many heat pipes, by the way, could I get up here? Oh, but don't you need those for building? Oh, hold on. Hold your horses. Also, what's taking this so long? Science isn't even moving. I need to investigate that, but not now. These require heat pipes, don't they? Where the heck are they? Where are the heating towers? That's not a research, is it? Production, heating tower... Research from heating tower. I'm not seeing it there, but I'm sure it is there. 5 heat pipes each, and they have a rocket capacity of 50. I'm probably going to want a couple of them. So 10 heat pipes wouldn't go amiss. Oh, there they are. It's just whenever you mine out some copper stuff. Okay, cool. Very cool. Alright, in that case, give me one more of the... Okay, that would make it too heavy. Whatever, get that over to Master from ActRaiser 2. And then once you're up there, bring me... Do I even make heat pipes, by the way? What do you mean I don't make heat pipes? Who designed this base? There we go. Make me at least 50 heat pipes, please. You're busy making some other things, unfortunately. Okay, but when you can, bring me, like, I don't know, let's play it safe and give me 20 of these. Is there anything else the Master from ActRaiser was still needing? Oh god, I only got 1 heat exchanger. Right, Just to play it safe, I'd like another heat exchanger, please. And then, since I have space for more of them, give me another couple of steam turbines, and then consider if there's anything else that I still need up there. Every item spoiled. Not every item. And some of them take so long to spoil, I don't really need to worry about it. Alright, well I got my... I got more undergrounds than I bargained for. I got my things, I got those things, I got arms, I got power. I don't recall sending up so many pipes. Maybe I'll take those down with me. I got bots. I have only 10 of those. Just in case I need more, let's play it safe and add another 10 to that. So bring up 20 of those, please. Although I have the ingredients to make more, don't I? I got the explosives. I've got solar and holding for solar. Mines. Loads and loads of these things. I forgot I already had a bunch. Chemical plants? Do you even need chemical plants over there? I don't think so. Biolabs do everything, so you don't need chemical plants up there. Got beacons and modules in case I need them. I've got raw ingredients aplenty. Soon I'll have the bits for making other things. I'm going to want a cargo landing pad. How are those things made? Also, while I'm down on Vulcanus, maybe I should check if there are any other items that I need for my cargo loading. I don't need cargo bay, surely, but... Space platform starter pack, no, but a cargo landing pad, yes. Concrete I can make on site, steel I'm sending. If anything, that just says just bring a few more processing units in case you need them. And I surely have processing units up the wazoo here, right? Oh, I've been a busy boy. Right, uncap that number, please. And I guess just with the rest of the space, throw in more processing units. As many as you can. And then we'll deliver this cargo up and call it a day for that. The timer is ticking down. We've been at this for an hour today so far. Alright, that's got to be good enough. Get over to Master Factories or two. And then after that, please automagically see to any needs. And then with that, you have most of what you need. Looking for the circuits, some remaining steel, and some of these other doodads. Why is this at 50? I believe I wanted 400 of these. And there are plenty on the planet. Good, 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 good. Alright, once this is ready, we could get going. Yeah, I'll just manually tell you to come over. Oh, right, no, we don't get going because there's one very important thing I haven't done for you yet, and that is change out your lasers for gun. And this is where you tell me you don't actually have any guns, right? In that case, please send up 50 loads of guns. And then we can get going. I think 50 loads of guns will be enough. Currently it has 27 suns, 6 or 7 lasers, so yeah, get those guns up. Get that thing launched. Come on, this is wasting valuable Gleba time. How fast do you think we can build up Gleba? I have an idea to get it done rather quickly. My secret sauce is that I actually enjoy Gleba. What do you mean they're not on the way? I need those gun turrets yesterday. I suppose I should ditch myself right now. Lose lobby I think will do fine up here, but I wish to be dropped here on Gleba, please. At least I can do some exploration while that stuff is loading up. You have the blueprint with the gun turrets, don't you? Yeah, but it's got some other things changed, so I'm going to manually change them out. Hey, achievement get. I travel to Gleba. And because we kept our hands clean, I can destroy anything I want to here. And because we don't rely on solar, oh, right, Christ. I guess I will be exploring. All right, exploring is absolutely what I'm doing. At least until the Master is ready. Master will be a little bit. So, I just want to look around a fair bit. It's vitally important that we find a good building area And we need to find where we're going to be getting our first jelly-related things. Not jelly. Well, yes, jelly, but something else. Speaking of jelly, yeah, those are the jellies. I keep thinking jelly nuts are green, but they're not. The jelly nuts are purplish. And it's the... What the hell are the other things? Okay, more jelly to be found here. I'm swiftly going to wish I'd brought down some kind of radar, but I think it's actually better if I just run around and be the human radar. Since I've already destroyed bases. Here we go, this is the yellow stuff. So up here we can get our Umanco, that's it. Umanco? Umako, no. Umanco is something very, very different. Might have the same effect on eating, though. The spawn is the best build area you're likely to find, says Max. But can we believe Max? Something I fully intend to do while I'm going around, by the way, is annihilating these spawns. And this is why I went out of my way to do artillery first. What is the easiest way to defend your base in Gleba? The answer is proactively. Find the existing nests, destroy the existing nests. The little buggers that come out of there will die. They spawn prematurely and it's kind of a bit sad, isn't it? They just die. But you know what? That is not my problem. I'm looking for some ore-like substance. I'm sure it's right under my nose and I'm not just like, there we go, that gets some of the early researchers done. What is taking you so long, Master from ActRaiser 2? There are no big electric poles. Is that a problem? I can make those myself, right? God, I never set those up for being made. Alright, get your arse over to Gleba. And whoa, 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 no, don't do that, don't do that. Get back to Vulcanus. I didn't set you up with your guns yet. Get to Vulcanus and pause your thrust. That could have been disastrous. Whoa. Double whoa. Get those guns in there. Boy, I just about trashed the entire ship doing that. Would have been funny, though. Gotta get my clip reels at the ready. Because, yeah, I'm not a big fan of laser defenses on ships in general. Should this even be here? No, it absolutely shouldn't. Wait, it's meant to be a gun turret? Alright, I'm fine with that as well. Any lasers remaining? There should be like 1 or 2. And 2 should be on the back. And yeah, that's just in case something flies into our body. Otherwise, we can get rid of this group, or at least not assign it. I'll make do with what we have, and now you're getting your arse over to Gleba. Wait until passenger present, which is the easiest way I can think to tell it just to wait for my command. And I'm going to be asking for most of that stuff, please. The first attacks I can experience on Gleba ravaged me so hard they completely destroyed my base. Yeah, probably from these big buggers, right? Big and intimidating, so they are. But what if we just killed their nests and ignored them? The fun thing is that the guys with no nests just die of loneliness. I think it takes about 15 or 20 minutes. But yeah, enemy entities with no nests just freaking keel over and die. They get too lonely to live. Don't know where those nests come from, though. I don't actually know how their spawning works. We'll be safe over this water. I want to keep an eye on Master from ActRaiser 2. Taking a direct route over to Gleba, going considerably faster than our previous ship, and extremely safely as well, I'm happy to report. The fuel is holding, the water is holding. Excellent. Now you're at Gleba. I want all my items, so that includes my transport belts, my underbelts, splitters, inserters, long ones, power poles. Give me those pipes. Maybe keep those pipe to grounds. Logibots, construction bots, roboports, explosive stuff, solar, accumulator. I don't need all of them. This, that. Do I want those beacons? I shouldn't need those beacons. I can't think of a good reason why I would want them. But I have lots of uncommon beacons, so give me those, and those, and those. Just in case I want quality, give me that. Give me all the raw iron, give me all the coppers, give me the steel. You know, it'd be really, really, really funny if the enemies on Gleba found the stuff that I'm dropping off, destroyed the crates, and then I'm left with nothing. Is that everything? It seems like everything. Alright, don't die up there. Yeah, the stompers just stomp over the packages and destroy them. Oh, I'd be laughing. I'd also be crying a lot. Right, give me all these goods. Hopefully it's not too much for me to hold, but it might be. Wait, that thing landed on me? And it did a huge amount of damage. I did not know you could be damaged by these things landing on you. Well, now I do, I guess. Is there still anything left for me to collect here? I gotta be very careful because I really, really don't want to blow these things up, but I think I've got them all. Alright, then let's start clearing this forest. You died that way once, says Drury. That is sad. There are some explosions here that can happen, but I've never noticed them actually be a threat to my bots or anything, frankly. Just want to clear the area. Alright, alright, alright. This is our starting area, which is probably the nicest, flattest area we'll ever have, so let's just make sure it is nice and flat for us. Thank you, bots. No thank you, bots. I'm out of space. So, pentapod eggs. Aren't they a real doozy? What's the solution for pentapod eggs? Well, I've got one. If you have eggs and you don't want the eggs, and right now we don't want the eggs, shove them in a box, destroy the box. Goodbye, pentapod eggs. Gone and forgotten. Right, let's see what we have and make some judgment calls. It's very dark when I pause it like this. I do know of a design that's very compact and gets everything done on Gleba, and this seems like an ideal place for it. What's not ideal is that the Yumakos are quite far away, but these are quite close, so I guess we just stretch it half and half and we're good. Do I just start building straight away? No, because there are things that you need on Gleba to get things actually rolling. Also, I probably should have kept hold of those pentapod eggs, because I need to build biochambers. That's okay, we'll go out and destroy more things and get more pentapod eggs. But yeah, that was a big mistake. I should have kept hold of them. Oh well, mistakes are no mistakes. This is where we're going to be, so let's just clear it. 100 different ways to get more pentapod eggs anyway. Evolution is really low here, and will remain low for a good long time. And thanks to our nuclear-powered breastplate or whatever, we have untold amounts of power. So there's not many things we need to rely on for keeping everything flowing here. I want to limit myself to destroying too many cliffs. Let's just keep the area clear. This stuff is gold for us real soon. In fact, I should probably... I think you need to make some spoilage to research something. So even though it's just going to spoil again, let's get it researched. Right, what goes where? I guess power can... Hold on, let me think. Gonna put my whole base over here, and the power will go away quite soon after we build the power from burning things. So for now, we're gonna lay down our solar field over here. Hold on, I didn't bring... Oh yeah, power poles and that are a bit at a premium, aren't they? Oh well, whatever. And just do it the somewhat old-fashioned way. If I need to build more of these, then so be it. And then the rest is just made of accumulators. Now, solar power is kind of crappy here on Gleba. But we're okay with that, I think. I hope we're okay with that. Because it's all we're getting. Alright, that will surely do us. That is all connected. Alright, there we go. There's the power setup. And one thing I'm going to need is stone and landfill. So we're going to take the big mining drills that we set up and have them rather unceremoniously drill into one of you. And one of them is just going to make extra stone just in cases. Got to remember, these raw materials are at a premium. So let's try and be a little bit good about using too much of them. Alright, that should be good for now. Right. Da-da-da. Da-da-da. And lo and behold, let there be power, let there be light, let there be life. And let these things not cost me too much power. Why are these... Oh, right, they complain that they're not in the log net. Well, someday you will be. You'll just have to complain at me for now. I also need more power. I'd also like to get... Oh, hang on, I didn't think this through. I'm going to need bricks for concrete. I should probably just automate that straight away. Very, very, very simple setup. This is where the bricks go. Something, something, guns of Brixton. Okay, well, it's a start, but where do we go from here? Look at the flashing yellow warning signs. Yup, everything is connected. That's okay, we don't have a log net up and on the go just yet, but we will. There's no recipe on your assembler. Well spotted. Yeah, like I said, we need landfill. And it will very rapidly get the stones to make the landfill. Well, very rapidly. The recipe for landfill changed. Now you need a ton of this stuff. I have a lot of things I need to kill, and I can't really get anything going until I have the ingredients for it. So maybe I just build the base? Actually, I'm not building buggery until I have research done. And what in the world is causing my research to stop in Novis? What's your problem? Black science. Because no stones, right? Wait, that is a big problem. No stones for walls. We can very, very badly and temporarily fix that. I have rather a lot of walls. Okay, that means Tesla weapons have to go. I can't afford to be losing my black science like that. No science being researched then for a bit means that we need to focus on Gleba science. So what do I need to do? I need to find some jelly nuts and Yamakos, and then figure out artificial soil and biochambers and bioflux, and then get our showboat on the road. I really need that biochamber, so jelly nut and Yamako and the nutrients, which I've already crafted, so blur to that. And then I can plan out the factory and build the factory. What is modulating Jake's music? Can we blame Twitch? It's all running fine on my end, so it could be you need to refresh your page, Kalpa. But you would know that, so why does the man ask? Alright, give me these. Yoink. Jelly nut research done. I guess I'll just hold on to these jelly nuts for now, so that I could... Because if you make the process stuff, that causes problems. And then we grab some Yamako. More yoink. Alright, now we know about the biochamber. I also know that I have way too many items here. Does that mean I should shove them into chests? I think it does mean I should, for now, shove a lot of these things into chests, just things that I have way too much of. God, I hope that those buggers don't steal these from me. That would be horrifying. Alright, so biochamber, very important thing. I need nutrients, the eggs, the landfill, the circuits, the iron plates. The nutrients, can't I make rather a lot of those from Yamako mash? Yeah, so I can. So I can mash out the mash and make the nutrients. That is fine. However, I want to be able to make the biolabs and make the biolabs, make the biolabs. And I'm also going to need nutrients. So ahead of time, I'm going to need plenty of landfill and those pentapod eggs. So that's fine. Let's go out and kill some more nests and grab the pentapod eggs. And I believe we spotted some down to the south. I see some red on my minimap. No, that's red from the people I already killed. Oh, they're still there. I don't want to waste my time killing you, but I really, really don't like how close you are to the base. So let me just tickle you with lasers until you die. And it really is tickling. The laser damage is paltry, sadly. These poor guys really, really don't know how to deal with you, especially when I can go over deep water and they cannot. I wouldn't normally go out of my way to kill one of these things, but I do not like how close he is to my base. Yeah, they have massive laser resistance, so you can't do this like you do normally in Novis and go and destroy everything so trivially. Could do with some added laser damage to make this easier. Could do with some added laser damage soon anyway. Yeah, you can see what a massive waste of time this is and why we don't want to do much of it. Also, these things drop pentapod eggs, which is kind of useful. Well, if they drop a shell, they drop pentapod eggs. That one chose not to. Very selfish of it. Hello, friends. I'm here for your eggs. Yoink. And more yoink. Goodbye. They slow you down with those projectile attacks they do, but you can, if you're very, very skilled, run around them. At least they are a lot more susceptible to my laser attacks. I thought I saw some pentapod eggs down there. Like a base or something. Yeah, there we go. We have 15 of them, but that is not enough. I need rather a lot of biochambers, so we're looking for more places to go and rob their eggs. That's an eggplant to rob. Yoink. How many was that? 24? That's getting close. These people need to die anyway, so it's not a waste of time clearing out these nests. When my base is somewhat operational, I will spend even more time going around killing everything in sight, but for now this is for the eggs, which I really should not have been so quick to destroy. I thought I would take a bit longer being ready to make a lot more of these. That should be plenty. That's enough to make like 50, maybe not 50, but quite a few biochambers. Can you make biochambers by hand? I can. Needs nutrients though. Wait, where the heck did those come from? I must have accidentally stepped on more eggs. The tragic life and death of these fools. So we're definitely coming to Gleba over-prepared. When I came here to Gleba originally in my first blind run-through of this whole game, I came in naked. Felt good. Feels really good to do this game naked. Right, so I'm going to need agricultural towers, but that's not the point right now. Make me one biochamber. That's a weird way to make the nutrients. I'd rather make them from Yumako mash, please. But whatever, as long as that thing is down. I can get that and then get my Yumako mash stuff and then begin making biochambers. I'll just make biochambers until I have no more pentapod eggs. That's my current plan. So you make one by hand and then use the biochamber to make biochambers, because much like the foundry making foundries, you get the 50% bonus on making more of them. So in you come. Why can't I make Yumako mash nutrient stuff? Because I haven't processed the Mako mash yet. Wait, why can't I? Oh, because only the biochamber can do that. All right, well, I'll need some regular stuff then first. Yeah, Yumako mash stuff, please. These nutrients do not last long, so I gotta grab them while they're hot, so to speak. All right, that's good enough. Now make me biolabs, please, as many as you can. And stop taking so long. Do it faster. That really, really canes the nutrients, though. So, okay, also do it more efficiently. Efficiently and faster. Also, we'll have one to the side, which processes Yumako. So that I can have another one that makes me Yumako mash nutrients. Alright, now we have the nutrients to hopefully power everything. Hopefully power everything. And we're just doing this until we're out of pentapod eggs. Oh, that's right. There's only so much Yamako in the world. Well, I might have to go down and take some more of those. It's costing me more iron than I was expecting. But I do need quite a lot of these biolabs. Alright, while you do that, I clearly need some more Yamako. Let me go and grab a couple more of those. First time I went to Vulcanus, I didn't know you could drop stuff in space at that landing pad, which I didn't bring, so I had to make everything from scratch. Well, I think that's the best way to do it. Obviously, I'm not doing that for this run, but give me more of these, actually. By the way, that creates spores, which is similar to pollution, but only occurs when you harvest Yamako and jelly nut. There's no need to worry about pollution outside of that. Keep it going until those pentapod eggs are all buried. And if that means another one of you making these, then so be it. Alright, very good. And then when I have all of these, we're going to build up the whole factory. And it's going to be, hopefully, a very dense factory. I have a plan. What I don't have, however, is a blueprint. We're not using any external blueprints in this run, as I have covered previously. One thing I'm going to need is some bioflux here, by the way. I've researched how to make bioflux. We absolutely have. That's going to require some jelly nut, though. Takes a while for that stuff to fade away. In that case, I'm going to grab some jelly nuts. Bioflux takes ages to fizzle away, and I should have enough of it to get my factory going initially. I won't do it by hand. It also gets me some seeds, so I'm going to need those seeds. More of this, please. Actually, it's not so much that. It's just that you need to be making me this. And thanks for all of that, but now you need to make me some bioflux. There we go. What's the holdup? What's the holdup? The holdup is iron. Wow, I really hope this iron problem doesn't become a problem. But it's becoming a problem. Because I've just burned all of my iron already. In that case, I'm going to set up the smelting of additional iron. It doesn't seem necessary just yet, but it will be necessary quite soon. I'll do it over here. These things can be ran nice and cheaply on my energy. Again, these biolabs do not consume energy. Oh, that's the last of the pentapod egg gone. Beautiful. Alright, just keep it moving, and then we're pretty Gucci to go. Okay, that is plenty of biolabs for making my entire everything, but I may as well make the last one, or two rather, due to the efficiency bonus right here. And just having some bioflux to hand is going to make it a lot easier to jumpstart everything. Yeah, this stuff doesn't spoil for an hour, and I'm going to be using it to make the nutrients to get everything flowing. So that is fine. The landfill continues to flow, and I may need that for filling any gaps in the ground. Were the ship designs external, or did you build them from scratch after planning? I just saw you making them in the editor. Yeah, I made those in the editor on stream, and that is totally okay for my rocket ships, because there's no way I could do without that. If that offends you so, then I invite you to do this yourself and show me how it's done without such crutches. Building spaceships in this game is not my passion. Alright, I am going to need some extra iron. I did not think I'd be so short on it, but short on it I am. Iron and copper are interesting things in this game. It comes from bacteria which you can cultivate, so you actually have unlimited iron and copper here. And you can even decide the throughput of it, provided you actually are able to... Oh, crap, I grabbed some things I didn't want to grab there. Oh well, it's my problem. Those things are almost certainly going to spoil, as are my nutrients. Now let's build. But yes, our spaceship was made here on stream, but not on the timer. There we go. Get some more iron flowing, and now we need to very swiftly put together a base. I'm sure it'll be fine. Make sure all the space is as free can be. Doesn't look like it needs land filled, which is rather convenient. Yeah, exactly, Alpha. You know, I care about you. I don't know how much you care about me, but I care about you, so I'm leaving you all the opportunity in the world to upstage me. I don't want to use too many of my explodey things, but since this is where everything seems to be happening, let's just clear this out. Provided I have the space for all this delicious spoilage. What was it Max said? Active providers only for spoilage? Pretty sure he said that. What's taking this? Oh, I need to make some bioflux. How's that black science on Novis? What do you mean I've already ran out all of my walls? That is really bad. I desperately need to fix the stone situation in Novis, but I'm here on Gleba, so black science has just stopped for now. Fortunately, I've researched all of the important techs from metallurgic and electroscience, except of course the Tesla turrets, which I do want, but I suppose I don't need. Right now, everything's a question of what is it that you need. Hold that phone. I want to double check some science marks here. There's you, and then there's electroscience. Good, 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 good. We're going to need this, but we need all sciences for that. I don't care about super quality, and none of these, apart from the Tesla thing, is relevant. Faster bots would be great, but it's way too expensive. Metallurgic science I make gorillions of, but I don't need any of these things. I mean, Speed Module 3 sounds good, because it is good. And actually, I could be doing that. And the Speed Module 3 requires tungsten? Yeah, if I really wanted things going mega fast, Speed Module 3 is not outside my grasp. Would I want that, though? Seems like a lot of work for not a huge amount of payoff. That's not a lot of work, is it? That thing takes minutes to automate. But I'm still not going to bother with that. Yeah, we'll just leave Novis to its own devices for a while yet. In that case, everything is relatively okay. Let's leave behind... Yeah, wooden chests, my favorite. Leave behind the ore things here in the wooden chests. You as well. Wood as well, because who needs wood? Not this guy. Just some base ingredients over here. Alright, how are we building this base? How indeed. You are most gracious! You're too welcome, Gamo. Real iron bacteria cannot create infinite iron out of their own excrements, says Elipod. Well, obviously they're taking stuff out of the Gleba environment, stuff that we don't need to care about. Okay, build base, build base. How and where? The stuff needs to come in from here, and come in from here. There's all this water over here, so you're going to have to come over this way. There may be stuff that I need to patch over, so we'll wait until we've finished the core of the base before we bring things over, in case we need a lot of landfill. It's going to create a lot of spores, so as soon as I start up the factory, assuming that it works, my immediate concern is to patrol the perimeter and make sure that the spores hit nothing that could be a threat, and then I punch out by several chunks further and destroy everything that could be a threat. Just so that if there is an expansion, it at least expands to outside of my boundaries. I don't know how far that could be, but we can always check on the map view. So what does that tell me? It tells me that this stuff would probably come over, up, and in here. That way you come down and over here, or down and over whatever. And then the factory is here. But the factory is going to be rather dense. And, well, I like building factories that don't rely on a lot of belts, even though I brought over 16 quintillion belts. So let's just go, shall we? I want you here, and I want you to eat this. And it's going to be a somewhat symmetric design. You're going to be making me Yumako, and you're going to be making me the jelly nut stuff. Beyond that, I'm going to want a couple more spilling out. How that comes together, though... We can figure out later. I also don't think I have the research for this. Oh, I do have the research for that. Sadly, I can't finish this part until I have this researched. So for now, let's just not reach for our grenades. We'll thunk you down and consider that you'll be done later. The stuff that comes out of here is going to go out and around. Is that as far out? Sure, that'll do. And that means it's going to come around, up, and back around. So it's a sushi belt base. You know, sushi worked for us in Fulgora, it'll work for us here. Although it's not that sushi, it's not like everything is going on the one belt, but it's how I like things. Round and round you back come. Is that a little too tight? Well, more space is better than no space. When you're done with this, we're going to do some more things over here, but let's sort this out first. You need to be fed into something over here. Something like... Crivens, tell me about Bioflux. Bioflux requires more Yamako mash than jelly, so I want you more over the Yamako mash than anything else. I guess that could do? Sure. He's thinking, let's do that. That way I can do... yonder? Maybe even yonder? That's a lot of it coming in. How fast is this stuff to make? 6 seconds, but it's half speed, so it's more like 3 seconds, and my grabbing speed isn't very good, so yeah, let's do it like so. I don't like this. No, it's not spaced out enough. He thought he had a plan, now he questions if he really has a plan. Maybe we could make do without all of that. Yeah, here's how it goes. That goes away, that goes here, this goes here. You go there, you remain there. That comes out like so, that goes out like so, this goes down like so. Alright, that seems pretty good. Pretty damn good. We like it so much, we're going to take it, and we're going to do it here as well. Not H, but V. Boom. Except all this stuff goes in that direction. Correct, correct, correct. It's quite important to set a lot of filters, in my opinion, around here. So worth noting that the stuff coming out here is going to be jelly for you, and Yamako for you. Huh? Yamako mash for you. And then hold your horses. This isn't going to work. We'll force it to work. When in doubt, just force. That could work. Yeah. Okay, good. Alright, beautiful. Abso-freaking-lutely beautiful. Good enough. Alright, that's the most important thing, the Bioflux. Now, the Bioflux is going to pop out on a line along here. Not in that direction, though. We'll do it in this direction. We'll again leave a little bit of space, just in case. But I do like this being tight. If we spent ages agonizing over this, we could have it tight as a tiger. But for now, this is going to do. Set, set, set. And let's have some outputs, shall we? You need to deliver out your spoilage. Spoilage is very, very important to manage. Where else is the spoilage going? Spoilage goes out like so, like so, like so, like so. And then, of course, there is feeding. Feeding with nutrients. There's a lot of feeding to be done with nutrients. There, and there. Do my power poles reach all of these places? They might not reach here, so let's do that instead. That might fit considerably better. All right, there we go. So that's a really tight design where the fruits come in this way, get processed and turned into bioflux, and bioflux goes on the outer side. Some notable problems, of course. Seeds get produced. So with that in mind... we're going to have active provider chests to get rid of those seeds. Maybe I should have brought some slow inserters. This feels like a bit of a waste. And then these things only take the seeds. I can just do both and then drag it over all of them. And then there's no harm, no fuss. And the nuts and things for them to process come in through the center there. So that's already a nice wee compact way to make probably more bioflux than we're ever going to need, provided we can bring in enough nuts and Yamako seed things. They need to be on the other side of the belt. We're going to need to check and make sure that everything is running on the correct sides of the belts. But actually what I can do is I could just look at it like so, and then like that I can assess without having the timer running. You know, what really should have been stipulated was no pause run of this. It's a lot more relaxing being able to pause. So. It doesn't really matter grabbing, but putting back out makes sense. So the spoilage goes on the outside here. And that puts spoilage on outside, that puts spoilage on outside, outside. And then we'll do the same for you over on this side. Groovy. Does that mean I could just, like, grab this and then sling it over like so? Kind of, except now this stuff runs in the wrong direction. And now it runs in the right direction. Provided I do want it to go around that way, which I think I do. And there we go, it still seems to be grabbing everything from all the right places. Again, bring in the nutrients. Where do the nutrients come from, you might cry? They come here. Why is that further out? Something doesn't add up here. I think I need to extend this out by one more tile. Yeah, I had an idea in my head and actually made a last-minute change to it, so of course it's not going to work quite the way I expected. Oops. JJ Moore is so blown away by the confidence at which I approach Gleba that they decide to throw in something that I highly appreciate, which is a subscription. Cheers. Buttering my bread. This is where we turn nutrients from bioflux into nutrients. It goes in, and there still needs to be a place where the spoilage goes out. So we again have a spoilage thing going out there. And we again wonder where all the power comes from. There we go, just set it up like so. Are these guys powerful enough? One can only assume. Right. I can't do any of the carbon stuff, so that stuff has to wait. But yeah, as long as the fruits come in, we handle the seeds, we handle the stuff into bioflux. What we do need to do is... where does the spoilage go again? Spoilage goes on that side. Alright. For now, let's assume this is where the line ends. That might change. For now, though, we're going to say... I don't like the fact that it runs along too long without extra goodies. Like, I really don't like that. But anyway, for now, let's say this is our spoilage output. The spoilage output comes up and then goes on to that side. Because, yes, spoilage must go on this side or else everything breaks down. It just hit me. You could have had a magnificent voice role for Kingdom Come Deliverance, that voice of yours. Well, in my opinion, at least, says Densei22. Well, thank you kindly, but I don't think voice acting is my calling. It would be pretty cool, I won't deny that. This also needs to be set up. How long until I can make rocket fuel out of these goodies? Not long at all, I just need to make a fat lot of bioflux. I am going to need that rocket fuel, but I suppose I don't need it right now. What about my heat towers, by the way? Why can't I make these? Because I need boilers, which means I need... oh my god, I never set up concrete! The whole point of setting this thing up was for concrete. That means I need, among other things, a pipe to... offshore pump, rather. And I'll probably need some pipes and pipes to ground. Give me some pipes to ground. Maybe that's entirely too many of them. Also going to need some pipes, but at least I now have quite a lot of iron. Also give me the iron. And make me more iron. Alright, there we go. That feels slightly better. Keep that there. Alright, so that is making these, and this needs to make me wincrete. Love concrete. But does it love me? Right, you. I don't need refined concrete, I just need regular concrete. Glad I jumped on that immediately. Get that in there, get that water over here, get that thing launched. Sorry, I can't get that out of my head. I've been playing some Stronghold Crusader lately. I have to understand, a man has needs. Inherent need of man to feel the power. Alright, there we go. Probably still going to need some pipe to grounds. I have some. I just feel like that's not enough, so make me loads of them. I can make that by hand. It's no big deal. Also, we're going to need some ore for you. As it happens, I have ore for you. Don't do that. I will just hijack this and that. And then there's your ore. And concrete will become part of the Loginet because... I'm sure there's a good reason for it. There's bound to be a good reason for it. Yeah, we're going to need that for launching things. Yeah, let's believe that. How's my rocket ship doing, by the way? Lose Lobby is holding fine on ammo. Master from ActRaiser 2 is also okay. I should probably send him back to Vulcanus in case I ever need some more reinforcements, but for now I think we're okay. I'd rather just blast it off with my my goodies. Right, I really want to set up everything so we can just unload this immediately. So how are we going to do that? How will I do that? Hold on, I need to double check how this is made. God, I wish I had this unlocked. I wish I could just make some bioflux, but everything is spoilt. Hang on, if I have 70 odd bioflux, how have I not made enough? Craft 25... I guess it's 25 loads of 4 of them, so you'd need 100. How dare you. Anyway, jelly, bioflux, water. If I bring over the water, all is well. The jelly can be processed here. I mean, this can be done whenever, wherever, however. That seems okay. Whatever, we'll just have you as a placeholder. Right, what I want over here is the creation of pentapod eggs. We need them for science, after all. The setup is going to be this. It's actually the first setup I ever used in Gleba, and I rather like it, so we're going to make it once and then copy it over. So, out and out and out and out and out and in and out and in. This thing is going to make nutrients from bioflux, and these are going to multiply pentapod eggs. Boop, 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 boop. Nutrients come in, the water we can figure out shortly, but there's a source of water over there, and we're bringing it over here, so I'm sure we can work that out. Then comes the very, very awkward part. How in God's good name do we actually bring in the goods for you? It's a little not as tall as I'd like it to be. Speaking of EU4 and 100% speedruns, Flory just completed EU4 in 318 8-hour 100% achievements. Whoa, that's really impressive. Flory's a great guy. I met him at the Grandest Land thing. And he's much better than me at chess. There's no great competition on that one. Right, the pentapod eggs need to come out and go somewhere, but I'm more interested in how this gets fed. Along here come the nutrients, so... Get your nutrients from here, and your bioflux from also here? Could we possibly get bioflux from the other side? Might be more convenient if we do, but then I need to grab it like so. Could this become tighter along here then? think we could do that. We could do this. All right, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. This is not manual labor for me to do. It's manual labor for my bots to do. There we go. All right, all right, all right. And so what we will do is something like, but not necessarily this. And that is how you will get your bioflux. Except we're having it flow this way. For reasons that will become apparent quite soon. Believe it or not, I have thought this through. Alright, so the bioflux flows along here and it gets taken in. The nutrients flow along here, get taken in. Bioflux into more nutrients flows into the pentapod eggs. And the pentapod eggs need somewhere to go as well. I propose that they go out through here. I don't like my proposition anymore. Okay, new proposition. They go out through here. They join into here. And then they spit out. The length of which they spit out, undecided for now. And then beyond that, I need to make sure that these suckers have plenty of water. Alright, alright, alright. I don't think I need this little tip at the end, but if I'm going to be copy-pasting this, maybe I should. Yoink. Yoink. Get that over. Get that over. How the water comes in, it's nobody's business but the Turks. I probably should have copied this part as well. And of course, we need to think about how these bits are moving. So the pentapod things need a way to dispose of trash. And, oh, right. I didn't actually put trash disposal on these things. Change of thought then. For this part of the design, this goes down and this goes up and over like so. That's good. Well, it is good enough, and good enough has to be good enough. The clue's in the name there. The Milky Bar kid would approve. Let's go with that. All right, that's fine. Just in case, let's have that go down here in case it's coming out in some weird and wonderful way. And then we're going to need to make sure that we copy the expulsion. And to be sure, yes, waste goes on that side. It's not all that simple because this also needs a way to expunge its waste. And it also goes on that side. And currently it has no way of dispelling its waste. Nor have I left any space for it to dispel its waste. I can think of a few though. For example... I don't like that example. Okay. How optimal would a flamer and Tesla turret defense be? That is the ultimate defense that you could have on Novis. Flamers are pretty useless on Gleba, though. Depends what you want, though. In the end, all defense is viable on Novis. Best defense on Gleba is artillery or landfill. Landfill is the best defense. They can't place their little spawner pods on dry land. So if you just have a perimeter of landfill, a thick one, like thick enough to cover a few chunks, then they will literally never be able to place spawners near your base. And if you can keep an equilibrium on your output of spores, then they will never harass you. Although on the other hand, just have some Teslas and kill them. There are many solutions here. I don't want this being too elaborate, so what can a man do, provided that man were me? What the man could do is this. None of that fancy crap that I was just planning. What we'll do is this. That way I can have you expel your waste there. If there is any waste. There shouldn't be, but it's just, if there is a blockage, if there is nutrient spoiling, always, always, always have a way for it to leave. There we go. It's a little tight on the stuff coming in, so just in case I'm going to add another long arm there. Sometimes when things go around on the inner side of a fast belt, the arms are just a little bit too slow to catch it. But that should be fine. They should get the bioflux. They should get everything they need to get things moving here. I just need to supply the water, and honestly, the base is just about ready to go. I hope it is. I'm sure there's something I've messed up. What about those heating towers? Where's my concrete? Where's my windcrete? There we go, still can't have heating towers because I have no boilers, because I have no stone. Was I clever enough to bank some stone? Too clever for my own good. Give me 2 heating towers. 2 should be enough. Oh, right. A couple of other things I need are agricultural towers. 1, 2, 3, 4 should be more than I ever need. And we also need to do something about these pentapod eggs. So the pentapod eggs are going to flow out. But pentapod eggs will hatch into pentapods if given enough time. Oh, right, one other thing. How do I actually put pentapod eggs out here in general? Right, well, first and foremost, let's filter these for nutrients so that we know where everything is going. Nutrients flow out of here. So these don't need to be fed off the nutrient line because it's high-density nutrients that I want flowing through here. And it's pentapod eggs that are going to and from these guys. It's most important that they flow like so. And then these ones can actually be slow, crappy inserters. I just want to make sure that they are, well, slower than crappier than your average inserter. Give me 2 more of these on the double, please. And I want these things overall stack size of 1 set, whilst also being set to carry over just pentapod eggs. That way, because these things always pump out 2 pentapod eggs. So 1 will go here at most. Otherwise, they feed into each other, which is what I want them to do. They feed into each other. They constantly make more pentapod eggs. If there are too many, they get slammed out over here. And the excess gets brought down to what will soon be my science factory. How does the science factory work? Many ways it could work. How do I want it to work? There are 3 on the width, but there's not enough space. I think we can jam 4 or even 6 of them in. But what I do see is there is not currently space for 4. But I want them to take this stuff. Okay, I think I see it. You there, you there, you there, you there. All of you are on science doohickeys. Oh, I can't have science, that's extra funny. Is 4 going to be enough, by the way? What's the production rate of this science? The production rate is 4 seconds crafting time to make 1.5. And that is greater than 60 per minute, which is good. And once I have the biolabs, I'm going to need even less than that, so that's even better. So this is fine. So the pentapod eggs will come down here. And they will be fed into these things. And then when they come out, they're going to go into the happy place. The happy place might not be as happy as advertised. Also, I just realized I did not leave space for my roundy of bioflux. The bioflux comes this way now. How much time is this taking, by the way? How long have I been on Gleba? I budgeted myself 4 hours for this place, and I really, really want to get it done much faster than that. This whole thing, I'm going to pick it up and just move it back by 1. That way you can go there, and you can go there. I can use long arms for the bioflux, that's no big deal. Although I won't have to, that's quite convenient. Did you include that biochamber crafting speed of 2 in that recipe? No, but I'm glad somebody did. Alright, so the pentapod eggs come out, they feed into this, and all is relatively well. We'll make our science, but what if the pentapod eggs make it through and I have too many of them? Well, they're going on a fun adventure. A very, very fun adventure. It would make my life a bit easier if there was a bit more space here, I think. One space and one. Dupe and dupe. This thing will be making me... Yeah, I don't like using all these fast inserters. There's really no need. Da-da-dum, da-da-dum. Or rather, da-dum. And then, I will want more of these. I'm going to want some circuit design here. You and you. Please read the temperature. Temperature is T. When temperature is below 750, you may insert. Please read. That way there's extra space so we don't waste the burning of these pentapod eggs. So yeah, the pentapod eggs make it to the end here without being absorbed into science. They join the great big pentapod in the sky. Alright, there we go. And these guys, I don't really care where they insert to. I suppose I do. I want them to insert into passive provider chests. I don't want to use too many of these to ground things. And it's not like the speed is relevant, so there we go. This thing is going to need you, which somewhat necessitates... Hold on, the nutrients are in here, right? I guess. Alright, there you go. I don't like this design for a few reasons. Can I move this up by one? This whole thing? All of it? That's quite nice. Except, yeah, the bioflux comes in from here, but what about this? Get your nutrients from here. Get a double dose of your... I appreciate this is hard to tell because the stuff hasn't been researched yet, but I do know these recipes. I claim to know these recipes. Oh god. I just quit closing the whole game. That spooked me. Let's save and save often. This is stream 07. Yeah, I could accidentally click close entire game. Gleba mid. Beautiful use of caps lock there. How much time will the flight to the finish take? Shouldn't take more than 10 minutes, and that's very generous. That's assuming I'm stopping for more ammo and such. And I want to have a lot more than 10 minutes to spare. Alright, so you get your stuff, You're also going to need some bioflux. Get your bioflux from here. Output your... oh, right, needs a place to put spoilage. I've certainly been neglecting the old spoilage, but as ugly as this might be, I can put the spoilage in there. Make sure it's plugged in for spoilage. While we're at it, make sure that these bad boys plug out their spoilage as well. And get their nutrients as well. And this one will need a grabby chest. That's you. Wait, wrong thing. Wrong thing. Oh god, have I made this completely wrong? No, but almost. No, but almost. Jesus. Okay. Okay, I can do it like this. Almost mucked everything up. It's difficult doing all this planning without everything running, but hopefully I have enough experience with Gleba to be able to do this. Not for that. I need this to demand spoilage. Yeah, 200 spoilage into you should be fine. I know you're not part of the network. That's not my concern. There should be enough juice here to get everything flowing, because all it is a bunch of inserters. So let's start bringing power over. And just start throwing these things down until everything claims to be powered. I could also make everything join the log net. That's cute the way it ends up there. Still some powers that be without power. Okay. Good enough, good enough. It can be a little messy. Messy is not a problem. How about those heat exchangers? Exchange me some heat, and let there be power. And at some point there will be. It's nice being able to just jump over everything with my long reach. And this is where we're going to start bringing the water up as well. And then I suppose the water could come up here as well, but I'd rather it went up this way. Just keeps it more out of sight, out of mind. In we go. Alright, the water is mine. Everything looks almost completely good to go. There are a few bits of power missing here and there. And I suppose to get rid of any more concern, let's make everything part of the log net. I hope I have enough power for this. It'd be rather amusing if I don't. I'll leave a little bit of space just in case I've mucked something up here, which is easily done. Alright, everybody part of my glorious log net? Great. I'll extend the log net a bit over here just in case I need to do any stuff with the with this. Look at my very unhappy accumulators. Yeah, I can see why they'd be unhappy. Maybe I should have started the log net later, because these things do idle for 50 kilowatts. And each of my things here only make 30. It'll be fine. Not at night time, but it'll be fine. Okay, is everything ready to be turned on now? Your quick slot still looks sad. I don't use quick slots often enough to care about that. Could I turn this thing on now? My bioflux still has some life left in it. Of course, not much is happening until I... Oh, I've still got some jelly nuts. Cool. Can I eat these, by the way? Yeah, I can eat them to run faster. Beautiful. Right, so... a few things that I need to do is I need to make some artificial jelly nut soil, but I'll need nutrients. I can scoop those up later. For now, I just need to get this stuff producing. Rather frustratingly... Right, I have an idea. I'm going to do a destruction planner that blacklists jelly nut trees. And while we're at it, I might as well blacklist the Yamako trees. The purpose here is to get rid of all the crap that is not... You appear to be picking up the trees themselves. Why? I explicitly wanted you not to do that. Cuttle pop, lick maw. Yeah, I told you to blacklist these things, but you seem to be... Oh, did I? I think I didn't take it when I... Yeah, I think I took the general destruction tool instead of the one that I just made. Oh well, that gave me a lot of jelly nuts that I don't want or need. Them's the brakes. Anyway, the plan is to clear this so that my my machine doesn't pick up garbage. And where's it going to go? The place with no red tiles, yellow tiles are okay. They'll be fixed later. So here is fine. You need to output all of the stuff. Into here. And then you also need to be fed the seeds. Jelly stem is in the way. Not on my watch, it's not. Get it over there. This thing is going to demand jelly nut seeds. Give it like 100 of them, I don't really care. Except that's not where you go right there. And then you get the power. Alright, great. I think. So much junk. I regret picking up all these jelly nuts, but oh well. Right, now this needs to be brought back. How much landfill do I have? Do I have any landfill? I don't have all my landfill. give it to me. We need landfill for a bunch of things, but this inclusive. Just paint the easiest path, which is coming out here and up here, I guess. And then I'll have it come along. Anything that just doesn't need any landfill is useful. Kind of a shame that it has to go so far, but well. Alright, I won't turn these things on just yet, but we'll get there. Let's also make sure that we can repair things when we have these kind of boo-boos from destroying the explosive plants. I don't know why those explosive plants are brought in, like just to annoy you, because they don't do any real damage. All they do is heckle you. I'm doing this with ghosting so that we get landfill underneath it if need be. Alright, so this thing, when I power it, is ready to rock and roll. I don't have a lot of seeds for it, but we'll get seeds. Does manually harvesting the stuff cause spores to spread? Yes. Am I out of energy here? Also yes. But that seems like a nighttime problem. I'm sure everything's fine in the daytime. And now we need to do the same for this. I hope I have enough roads for this. I'm gonna blow if I don't. This will probably just turn to spoilage, but get that out of my face right now. I can manually insert if the need arises. Just want to get things started. Looks like I made entirely too many biochambers. Overestimation of resources needed. Alright, like I said, get rid of all this junk. I'll store spoilage in the Loginet. I'll also manually pick up the junk to save my bots from having to fly over and grab them one by one. Oh, botty intelligence. While they're doing that, I will consider where I'm going to place this. You know, at least when Alpha Gamma does his run, I'll be able to go, oh, yeah. It's great that, inspired by all of the decisions I've made, you were able to come to the conclusion on how to manage this. That's on him for watching. Well, I can't blame him, though. I'd want to watch too. I'm only doing this because this is the kind of stuff I want. Oh, I can't even see that. I probably should have set up some kind of rudimentary radar system. But did I? I did not. Alright, things come out in the right. That means actually you need to be joining in like so. Yeah, that's fine. Oh wait, no, it's not fine until actually... Ugh. I hope I set this up correctly in the other one, because I just made it wrong here. It needs to go out and over, and then in and under. What the? Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. You do you. And again, this thing needs to get its nuts. Or seeds or something. Request for, and this is Yumako. Yumako, 100 of. No quality. You actually don't grow quality trees with quality seeds. Very sad, I know. Okay, just putting this down for the slightly lower footprint in case I need to expand this. I'm not entirely sure on the production numbers. I could probably run them. It does not seem like a difficult thing to actually figure out. Do I have enough landfill for this? Do I have landfill at all? Yes, I do. Looks like I have 100 or so. Right. You're coming along here. And I'm continuing along here. And I'm very, very glad I brought some explodey things. Although I suppose it doesn't really matter, does it? Because we could just use the through the ground things instead. Alright, what I should have maybe considered is how much I'm going to need to lognet this stuff. Yeah, I suppose. Oh well. Again, not placing these manually in case they ever need landfill. You don't automatically landfill this stuff. I'm about to run out of these poles, aren't I? Good thing I prepared. That's why I was very keen to bring base ingredients with me. And that will begin its actions. I assume it'll begin it. Won't be beginning diddly without any power, and power does seem really rather low right now. Perhaps an indication that I have entirely too many of you drinking up all the power. So right now we will not feel the power. There we go. Keep the Logi net modest and not slurping up all the power. Too modest. Dead as a doornail. Wow, why is the demand so high? Oh, because it's not even considering this stuff. Maybe I should have considered bringing some initial goods here. Right, is that thing working? I don't have time to check. I gotta keep moving. I gotta get through this. I gotta get through this. Right, case in point why you should do this with ghosting, so it doesn't get cut off like that. Alright, now it should all be powered. I mean, they're struggling on electricity immensely. But I'm sure it'll be fine. Could easily clog if there's something that isn't... aren't the seeds towards the end. That could actually be sorted. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll have a crappy chest here. And I'll have you here. And what you will do is, if it is not the seeds, or the other seeds, or spoilage, just shove it in there, because that means this thing's picked up some twigs or whatever. The power is a concern. Let me see if I can solve that slightly. Build up some heat using wood. Can't believe I'm using wood for this. But needs must. Once these kick in, we'll have all the energy we could ever need. Thinking about it, I should have wooded these up ages ago. Wood needed. While we're at it, by the way, if you could be so kind. Couldn't help but notice I'm low on iron too. So what do you think? Is this going to work first try? You'd be a fool to say yes. You always mess up something with this. I'm going to find, you know, spoilage on the wrong belt, or bioflux not making it to where it needs to go, but by and large... Oh yeah, look something like this. Madness. Madness incarnate. Or some of these underground belts are going to be facing the wrong way. Wood stacks too low, sire. It's okay. Once this thing hits 500 degrees, you're going to see some serious stuff. Although it's not at 500 degrees. I guess I need all that wood. Alright, we have power. It would probably be prudent to hold some of this in reserve. Maybe not like that, though. Maybe something like that. Alright, groovy. Hey, in come our first seeds. But you know what? None of these are going to work if they... Wait, what? You're meant to be blacklisting that. Oh, crap. It's not seeds, it's the fruits. And while we're at it, also the seeds. Okay, that was too close. Yeah, so this stuff won't start until we actually have some Nutrients. So what I do is I make some nutrients. Preferably in a little dedicated doodah like you. I'm going to make some crappy nutrients here. I'm going to make some Yumako processing of my own. I'm going to tell you to turn the Yumako mash into nutrients. And that gives me our first nutrients in order to make the nutrients for everybody. And now everything should power up. Now we're going to start seeing the kinks in the design. Yeah, I see one. For example, the bioflux chambers are not outputting their bioflux. I'm going to need to do that. And they need to be told to... also, you aren't getting the bioflux. That's extra funny. These things need to be told to filter for bioflux. Very, very important to use filters on this bleeding planet. And now you can make the rocket fuel, and you can do the jelly nut processing to get me the rocket fuel. You bring in the bioflux, you bring out the rocket fuel. You're going to need water as well. Clever bugger that I am, I didn't actually give them access to water. In that case, you go over here. You come out here and bring down the water. There we go. Now it has spoilage, which I, of course, set this correctly to output the spoilage. Spoilage is going on the wrong belt in several places. Why is that? It actually could just be that some of the nutrients are spoiling, and that's because I didn't make a spoiler remover area. And that will be done post-haste. So the spoilage is going to come out here. And rapido, it gets burnt. But before it gets burnt, we store it in case we need it for other things, like making you. Oh, that's right. We actually need to set this up. Output priority on the left for spoilage only. And now the nutrients go round and round. And the world goes round and round. And everybody's happy. Stanley was happy. And you're right, there's no pentapod eggs here, but I want to make sure things are actually working first. What's your problem? The problem is lack of carbon fiber. Don't even consider carbon fiber until we have it unlocked. How's Gleba treating you? About as well as I'm treating it, which is to say very well. Okay, so this seems fine. Don't worry about the initial things that showed up here. Get this junk out of my inventory, and make no mistake, it is junk. And also get this spoilage out of my inventory. And that way the burnt spoilage can be made. It's very slow to burn spoilage, so it's fine that a long-handed inserter takes care of that. It's not so fine that you get hungry. Why are you hungry? Why do I not feed you nutrients? In that case, let's turn you around so you actually... Wait, wrong one. Turn that one around so it spits out nutrients and then priority eats its own nutrients. Alright, so this is pretty good. The nutrients go around, the spoilage goes around, the spoilage comes out. I'm going to let this run for a bit whilst I patrol the area around to make sure everything runs okay. I'm also going to make sure that the network has Logistobots and currently a handful of Constructobots. I'll keep the rest for myself and put them to use later on. These guys are hungry because they don't get fed nutrients. Hold that thought. I want to make sure that just about everything is labeled for filters. Like these guys being labeled for pentapod eggs. Let's be generous and go double down on the pentapod egg insertion. You go there, you get filtered for nutrients. I mean, there's nothing else it's going to be bringing in, but I just want to be absolutely sure that's all it's bringing in. Alright, let's leave it and come back in a while and hope that everything is running ticky-taboo. Those active provider chests have nowhere to stick their goods for now, but that's okay. It'll take a while for them to fill up. So I want to make sure that the spore clouds do not ever reach any Gleba wildlife. Oh, of course. These aren't going to work, are they? Because they don't get access to seeds. Do I solve that problem now? I guess I better. Otherwise I'm in deep doo-doo. So yeah, you need to be part of the log net. That's as close as I can do for the log net. I got more of these? No, I really, really don't. Well, let's fix that. This is why I have iron, and I guess soon I'll say that's why I have copper. Also gives me good satellite coverage, so no hard feelings on this one. Although I could very, very handily make small electric poles from wood. Except some idiot burnt all my wood, so... yeah. To hell with that idea, I guess. Alright, and then you're in, so now this will actually get its stuff on the Loginet. Yes, it is technically connected. The most important kind of connected. Although it's not getting any of the seeds for some reason. I hope I'm actually making those seeds so they can be spat out. You there. You're making a lot of spoilage. Spoilage is going onto this. Spoilage is coming out as it should. Spoilage is getting processed as it should. Spoilage could be getting processed better. I'm actually going to make a couple of bulk inserters to make sure that stuff absolutely gets chucked in there. Spoilage won't ever be joining the outside faster than one red belt, so as long as I can process one red belt, we are Gucci. That said, let's be ultra sure that that stuff gets burnt, because I don't want spoilage backing up my network. So, about those seeds. It looks like the Yamako seeds are going up, and you are planting the Yamako, so that's good. Now we need to do the same for the jelly nuts. Fortunately, it's far less of a distance to go, especially because I'm not made of roboports. I'm not made of that much in way of red circuits. And what are the other ingredients for roboports? That's right, steel and sprockets. Alright, there we go. And now this has, on the way, nuts. Or seeds, or something. Glorious. And that means I can also shove my nuts in here and the Logibots will handle it. Alright, so there we go. This should all work just fine, except the science isn't being made. Also, the rocket silo of mine isn't being made. Where's all that steel I had? Give me that. You also need the electric engines, sure, give me those as well. And you need pipes and things. Alright. No rest for the wicked, I'll make you a bajillion pipes. Now the idea is that I don't need any kind of lognet buffering because everything is just going to be ticky-taboo. But maybe that's my head in the sand speaking. Alright, there we go, I can get my rocket silo going. Except I want 2 rocket silos. Alright, let's go and patrol to make sure that there are no threats to our ecosystem. What are you missing construction robots for? Oh, you're missing places to store junk, aren't you? Alright, I can do that. Ah, crumbs, I thought I made some yellow chests. With this performance, I should be way, way ahead on time, thanks to the time saves here on Gleba. Didn't tell anyone that Gleba was my ace in the hole now, did I? Grab myself a few chests. And then make myself a few miscellaneous garbage chests. And then just stick them somewhere, I don't know, here. And then that means like the robots can shove that up somewhere. Oh, that's a Novis problem, not a me problem. Did he robo the other planet? Can you put that in terms that are easier for me to parse, please? There are robots on all of my planets one way or another. But you probably have an idea of automation that is not actually being performed by me. Right, screw the log net. Just tell me where the spores are going so that I can make sure everybody dies out there. So we need to explore, and if we see any red blips on the map, like this one, we torch it. Boom. And it's gone. And we need to pick up some pentapod eggs to begin technology. And we just leave them be. They're not going to attack me. They're just going to die of loneliness. And if they do attack me, then I'm sad. But yeah, I need like at least 8 pentapod eggs to get things started, preferably more. So yeah, we fly around, we see red, we destroy red. Maybe not that red. A lot of big, angry, stompy lads there. Ah, go on, we'll destroy it anyway. We'll tease away the stompy things. And they think they're going to have a piece of me, but they don't realize they're too slow. I've already torched their home and stolen their eggs. Factorio guy's just a nuisance, isn't he? He needs to be stopped. He's like Ark in Terra Enigma when he goes into the zombie village. They aren't zombies. He's killing people. Making Novis Ultra Deathworld and starting on Vulcanus, then coming in and trying to clear it really messes with your FPS and UPS. It does? I don't think it does. I mean, biters will cause UPS issues at large numbers, but I don't see how coming in ready to kill them from Novis, from Vulcanus changes anything. I am going to need a cargo landing pad, so I'll make one of those. Because I'll want to drop off a few items. I better put these eggs to work. The eggs affect the freshness of the science. Oh, but here's why I'm moving around. To kill these suckers. And this is also why I put on some shields. They do quite a bit of damage up close to you. Fortunately, I have good resistance to physical damage. And, you know, I fly and I move pretty fast thanks to my uncommon exoskeletons ×5. Yeah, we got quite lucky with the uncommons here. It's a shame we didn't get it on the power or the batteries. But getting on the legs is the most important thing to have juiced up. I see some red dots over there, but it might just be old bits. I should definitely invest in a few radars. Yeah, maybe 3 of them. How many can I make? I'll make 4 radars then. See, I'm maybe going a bit overboard on my genocide. Maybe. But it's of vital importance that this does not come and destroy Gleba when I'm not around to take care of it, and I will not be setting up defenses. It's a very proactive offense, and as you can see up in the top left, keeping your hands clean was achieved today. Like 26 hours into the run, we finally used artillery. We finally cleared our first base. Have you been hunting Devastators already? Yep. I got a really nice way of doing that. The magic sauce on this one is the circuit setup. The circuits are set up to only engage when the Demolisher comes and destroys at least one of those turrets. Because if you engage the Demolisher at a range, he uses his ranged attack, and that will decimate your turrets before most of them even engage. So instead, he comes up really close because he doesn't like the buildings, but he only counterattacks on anything that actually attacks him. Otherwise, he just charges. And for large demolishers, that's actually not quite enough. So if you're dealing with large demolishers, my advice would be add a something of a perimeter of Tesla turrets to it. Teslas destroy demolishers. I would say demolish demolishers, but that would sound strange. Okay, it's looking good. Looking really good. So we just cleared out a lot of area around the possible spore locations. We'll go back and deposit our eggs and begin science production in earnest. You could also use 4 nuclear reactors for Demolisher. Yes, but they have to be heated up. So if the Demolisher attacks them before they heat up, then you've just gone and wasted 4 very expensive items. By the way, these things are not quite so bad as the big stompers, so I can take these guys out with lasers if I don't like them being close to my base. And go figure, I don't like them. That said, they're giving me quite the runaround. Lasers are really, really bad against Novis, against Gleba enemies. However, they're not impossible to make use of. Should I really not be researching anything? Is there truly nothing worth my research right now? I can't really do purple science, and black science has kind of died a death. I'm going to want these stronger explosives, though. Without black science, that's becoming a problem. I'm going to see if I can actually squeeze out a little bit of stronger explosives. I have a dream for dealing with Novis, and I do need to expand Novis on the double. Leave the green bunnies alone. I'm glad I killed them, because they're kind of close to this. Okay, even so, even so. Please go and scan the surrounding area. That will update the chunks, which is quite useful for me here. And let's begin with the creation of these eggs. There we go. They will produce extra eggs from these crappy, partially used up eggs. They go down into the science. I have made a mistake. These are going the wrong direction. Very important to catch these mistakes before I leave, though. I'm not leaving myself a lot of stuff to deal with this. Okay, so slight problem is you don't have a place to expunge your waste. That's why the waste has been going into here. How much do I care about that? Quite a lot. And it's quite trivial to fix as well. Let's make sure that crappy stuff goes away. And make sure this is purely for science. All right, there we go. Our first science packs. The heck do we do now? Now we export. Might as well just have this right next to where we're exporting our science. Ga-chunk. And that means you're going to need some chests to demand these. I also wanted a second one of these, by the way. What's holding up on that? Concrete. Where's my windcrete? Wow, I made concrete at just the right moment. I only overproduced a couple hundred of them. Beautiful. All right. Now you need to not let me down. Yeah, I never actually bothered beaconing anything, so why don't we make these a bit faster in case that's relevant. There's no way that's going to be relevant. But just in case it is, let's put that in here. Make sure you get all of these here. I also want your drop-down cargo thing to be nearby, so that all these goods go in here. I also want it to be part of the log net, which it absolutely is. More gashunking. Alright, very good. So I can drop down extra things. And now, what's your problem? The problem might be that I hold all the parts. Pretty small base, huh? And a lot of this is very extra. You could certainly condense it even further. Why is there more than one blue chest? I just like having more than one blue chest for feeding these. There's no great rhyme or reason to it. Alright, take these. Take these. Why is this not working? Why are you not working? Oh, I never started feeding you. Feed me, Seymour. Okay, that has been a big problem. We haven't actually had... we almost ran out of steam. Right, we need to make our rocket fuel. Good to see the bioflux pretty much backing up here. I don't want it too overproduced, but this is fine. What is that? That's 20, 200, 400, 200, 400, 800, 1600. Get these into the burners first. Oh, that's right. Actually, the spoilage has been keeping the base alive. Anyway, I need this stuff made lickety-split to the point where I'm tempted to beacon you. I don't want to be tempted to beacon you. You eat a heck of a lot of nutrients if I do. But I do need this stuff, so get to work. This stuff is slow, man. It's real slow. Oh, cribbins. I just realized you don't have a place to put your seeds. Fortunately, though, I was ready for that. There we go. Okay, part of the problem is this stuff doesn't come in fast enough, and I really, really can't improve that, can I? Yeah, so moduling you is of little concern to me. It's just in case I get that stuff launched. Well, that's pretty good. Pretty damn good. What is your problem? Why are these guys not working? They don't get pentapod eggs. Why are these pentapod egg things not working? Because of spoilage on these for some reason, even though they are told not to take spoilage. This is why we check to make sure things work. You never had output because these things were in the way. That's quite amusing. Alright, alright. There we go. It's very important to fix that. In fact, it's so important that I should probably set up some kind of anti-pentapod spawning out of these things. No, that shouldn't be necessary. The pentapods get burned here. As long as I observe that nothing is backing up, then I should have confidence that those pentapod eggs are as good as burned. Alright, glorious. I think they spoiled while the inserter held it. Yeah, that also sounds very, very plausible. Fortunately, when they come out of that, they spawn as things that are going to die. Those premature wriggler things. And those die healing -8 per second. I mean, that's going to take a wee while. It's going to take 50 seconds or so. So you got a minute of them wriggling around. But I don't think they hurt your base much, if at all. I mean, I could set up some gun turrets just in case, but I'd really rather not. I don't have any electrodynamic plants with me, but it might be useful for me to set up a few productivity modules for these. Just to get these rocket parts made a bit cheaper. And then we're going to send out our first batch of 1,000 science when we can. We know there's 600 in the log net. We're going to send that up to Lou's lobby, because this is Lou's lobby's new job, going back and forth with that science. In fact, we should give it such a job. And I think it'll just pick up 1,000 at a time, because I really don't see my production being that fast. So, Lou's lobby. No more Fulgora jobs. No more... Well, there will be Novis jobs. On Gleba, I want you to pause right now. On Gleba, I want you to... take 1,000 of this. Just 1,000. Just take 1,000, come back with 1,000. There's no way we're going to make it faster than that, so I'm not too fussed about telling you to do more than that. No rocket silos accepting automagic stuff. Okay, that's fine. You both do it. Although, unfortunately, because I dragged my heels on making rocket fuel from jelly, we're actually at a bit of a standstill waiting for this. Which feels bad. Because you need to make, what, like 50 of these for a rocket launch? It does feel quite bad. What feels extra bad is this. The jelly nuts have dried up. Oh, the jelly nuts have no longer dried up. Okay, but it will take some time for these things to launch, which is a little bit sad right now. Especially since we also use that stuff for fuel, but never mind that for now. Lose lobby, when you get 1,000, once your cargo... Ah, Christ, what am I looking for? How am I having such a hard time? Because it's called item count, but it's called cargo here. That throws me off. Wait for that to be greater than or equal to 1,000. Oh, by the way, if anything spoils en route, this thing will now be filtered for tossing spoilage. Because it could be that the science spoils en route. So yes, wait until you get that, and then you can go to Novis. And a Novis... Oh, you should always have a minimum wait time, right? So time passed, give it 30 seconds. This one also do a time past 30 seconds. Make sure that you have 0 of that because you've dropped it all off. And also make sure that you have 1,000 bullets. I think you can just type in 1K, right? Yeah, nice. So it goes to Novis until it has enough ammo, and it drops off all the agricultural packs, and a little bit of time has passed, and then it flies back and gets the rest. That should be fine. So this thing just goes back and forth, grabbing all the ammo, all the science. And I want a dedicated fleet for it because this science spoils. I mean, look at it; it's actively spoiling. And the more spoiled it is, the less you get out of it when you shove it into one of your. Right, this is actually not working out for me. Because I am spending too much time on this. I could put the rest back in later. Where's my miscellaneous boxes of crap? Over here. Never mind that. I do want to leave you the stuff because I'm going to be leaving this planet real soon after I'm quite certain it's running okay. This stuff can be added in fine. I'm going to leave enough building stuff for it to be built in with the bots. Which I will now leave here. Why did I have Logibots on me? God knows. I believe you'll be importing LDS and processing units for the rocket production. Correct? Absolutely correct, yes. This place can make rocket fuel on site, but as you are no doubt noticing, my upfront rocket production is suffering because of lack of other stuff. Oh, right, I'm not leaving yet, though. I think, based on what I'm seeing here, we need to increase the production of fruits. And sure, the fruits might spoil, but... Yeah, I need to have another agricultural tower at least set up here. Or we put down better flooring so this one runs better. Also a possibility. Have you already used all your seeds? We're actually struggling on the seeds of all things. How are we struggling on seeds? These guys make the seeds go in here. You should make more seeds than stuff that you process. Because I need the seeds for making the ground. Concerning. Quite concerning. Also worth noting that you are going to need a similar setup here because you're going to make Yumako Mash. Yeah, because I'm pretty sure I need that for this thing. I don't like how I'm just kind of waiting around here for things to happen. I hate that feeling. And I'll set you up with inserters once you're good to go. That way you can insert and outsert your waste and your nutrients. Otherwise everything is going around like a dream. It's just we're waiting on this particular dream. But we do have the science now, and I want that science set off to Novis. And the first things I want done with this science... Egads, why are stronger explosives not happening? It's because I'm completely out of blacks. Okay. That's something I need to fix when I get back. Not having strong explosives is going to be a pain, but oh well. We need to figure out carbon fiber so I can finish this off, but it's incredibly important that I get the biolabs. which means I need to discover captivity, and then I need to do the biolab itself, which cannot be enqueued until I have biter egg hatching done. So we're stuck on Gleba for a little bit longer. In fact, it's so important that the captivity comes first, then the carbon fiber. So how's this going to work with the rest of this? I think we're going to need you here, and then you here, but you're going to use a filter, and that filter is set for agricultural science. And you are going to be actively requesting rather a lot of agricultural science. Like, I don't know, 6,000 or so of it. Should be fine. Alright, we're almost good to go. We just need these bleeding rockets going. I'm almost tempted to just go and pick up some extra fuel from Vulcanus to speed things along. Vulcanus certainly has some. But surely... Hey, there we go. Right, the science is on its way. Alright, it's good to see that everything worked out here. So, Master from ActRaiser 2 could probably actually return to Vulcanus right now. Although I should actually probably set it up with an automated journey. Could you send rock to Novis? I could, but why would I? Novis has plenty of stones. Oh, right, because there are none there. That's a good reason to do so. Yeah, some of that stuff ain't so fresh, but it should be enough to get me... Well, it alone won't be enough for captivity. It's going to need another rocket launch brought over, but hopefully all the rest of this stuff will be fine. Once we figure out captivity, I'm going to need to bring a whole bunch of bioflux back to Novis to get the capture bot rocket made, and I'm going to need to capture a biter base. I wonder if that gets rid of the achievement, by the way. I hadn't thought about that. We've already covered it, but imagine if you capture a biter nest before you do keeping your hands clean. I wonder if that gets rid of it. Because you didn't destroy the biter nest, right? You just did nasty things to it. Anyway, I need those biter rockets. I need to figure out a number here. How much bioflux do I need to bring back? It's 20 per capture bot. We're going to need one to capture our first base. We're going to need some to feed it, but you don't need a lot. But you need these per biolab. So let's imagine that I'm going to want... How many biolabs am I going to want? 5? 10? How many bioflux can you fit on one rocket? Rocket capacity of 1,000. They'll just bring over 1,000 bioflux. Easiest way to think of it. That's a lot of bioflux, by the way. I don't think I have 1,000 bioflux to spare. But I can just run around here and grab all the bioflux and make do with that. How much is there? We do some back of the maths. There's like 30, 40, 50, 54, 200, 400. Yeah, like, surely 400 will be enough. That's enough for like 10 of those captivity things. Oh, but these need 2 each, huh? Oh, well, we'll still get it. So Lose Lobby's going to grab that science and head on back. 1,000 black science for captivity will be tough. It doesn't... Oh, Lord. I was about to say it doesn't need black science. It absolutely does. Okay, emergency procedures. Over to Novis, and we need the stuff on the freaking double. These need walls. I need walls. Here are walls. I did not notice that that needed black science. Not by a long shot. You guys are each going to request 100 walls. Matter of high priority for the state here. Get those launched. 4 things on Gleba lack construction bots. There we go. Is that because I still have all the construction bots? No, it's because the construction bots don't have my glorious items. That's quite amusing. I should probably set up like a little, you know, just in case you need stuff set up. I don't know what they could be needing, but I'll be ready for them. Yeah, I did not catch that black science being a problem, but here we are in Problemsville. There we go. And good, the rockets are ready to go now. Except, of course, this severely lacks processing units and LDS. Master from ActRaiser 2, could you actually go and top us up on that, just so we have lots prepared? So just go over to Fulgora, and then I want you to demand... Fulgora has a lot to spare, so just demand something like 3,000 of Fulgora's blue circuits and low density structures. I don't know how much is on the planet. 2,000, huh? Alright then, just give me another 3,000 of them. Again, the default here could be better. And yeah, Master from ActRaiser 2 can handle this no problem. Alright, so there we go. The black science is flowing now, but it needs to flow faster. So we're going to upgrade these. Do I even have these available? I don't think I dropped down any of these for Novis, but when I can, I'll drop those off, I'm sure. Alright, now it has access to its walls, and grenades, and the other thing. So the black science will flow ever so slowly. Where is... Why is Lobby back here with its science? I don't think I ever made it automatic, did I? Please get over to Novis. Novis, it goes and unloads. Did I just never check this thing onto automatic? I thought it was moving, but I guess I was completely mistaken. Not that it matters that much. The black science was the choke point there. But now we can handle the chokes. Alright, so soon I need to set up Master from ActRaiser 2 with a very automated instruction, but I think I need to set up another one of these immediately now. Just make another Master from ActRaiser 2 over in Vulcanus. So, over on Vulcanus, anybody got a name for the second fleet, which will become the Victory Fleet? My plan is for it to, for now, be just another way to get around and move bulk resources as needed, on my demand. But then it will be created as the only ship that can get to Aquilo, and then the only ship that can get to the solar system edge. So we need a really good name for... the Wind Lobby! That's a great name. Yes, of course the winning one should be the Wind Lobby. In that case, let's give it a fancy emblem here. Wind Lobby. Preferably a caps lock on. Alright, create Wind Lobby on Vulcanus. Vulcanus actually needs to have a science pack for that. Not a science pack, but one of those things. Where's my make everything or make any single item thing? What the heck are these guys doing? Oh, they really filled me up on beacons. That is cool, and now it's completely unnecessary. Although you should think if there's anything else I want made of quality here. Nothing comes to mind. No, nothing does come to mind. Right. If you could, please. I need you to make me a starter pack. Just one of them. And then we'll get that thing launched. Is that a good idea given the recent fairing? I was so close. So agonizingly close. You might think I'm wasting a bit of time here, but I really want to make sure that Gleba and co are working fine. Something is apparently outside of... What's the problem here? Gleba is missing the constructo bots for building something, but I'm not sure what. Maybe I should have some bots myself. Ah, okay. That was never placed. Interesting. Vulcanus, have you made it? You certainly take your sweet-ass time building that. There we go, just the one. Get it built, get it sent, and we will get it built up gradually. There we go, off it trots. And we'll build it out the same way. It's actually just going to be the same ship as Master from ActRaiser 2. But I want it set up right now so it can build up the resources that it needs. How's that research going? Captivity has started. It's estimated to take an hour. That's really, 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 really bad. It needs to go faster than that. Look at all those, look at all those things that are not doing research. Alright, Win Lobby. Don't want you dying on me. Let's make you into the base platform for now. Please auto-request anything that you may need. In addition, I would like you to request some 100 repair packs from Vulcanus. There are some on the planet. Good enough. Why is it in red? I don't know, but I'm sure it'll be fine. They'll be sent up eventually. What is taking so long? Fulgora, do not automatically do what I ask you to do. Please change that. Kind of wish I had more rocket launches at the ready from here, but I shouldn't need too many. It's not a frequent occurrence grabbing these things. For now, I might want them turbo boosting Novis soon. But this means that Novis expansion is one of my highest priorities now, which is gutting. Right. What we're doing here to feed our labs right now is absolutely hideous. But that's been most of what we've done this run. By the way, I don't have any way to handle spoilage, so we're just going to have to hope that we burn these without any spoilage. And that spoilage will happen. So these should definitely take the more spoilt stuff first. And get those things burnt. Yeah, the problem, of course, is the black science, though. The flow of black science is way, way, way too slow. Slower than the influx of that stuff. How can I fix this? Not sure if I have an easy fix for this. Think, Jake, think. Thinking doesn't come easy. What I could do is go over to Novis right now. Maybe when the Master from ActRaiser 2 comes back with all of the processing units and low-density structures, I'll have him drop them off on Gleba so that Gleba can keep launching rockets for a good long while. And it's going to pick me up and drop me off on Novis, which means I need to make sure that everything is fine on Gleba right now. Honestly, I thought I was going to need more plants. But look at that, we're getting loads. Frankly, too much. That just means spoilage will be a bigger issue. I could have sworn that the consumption numbers would have been higher here. But yeah, it's important to make sure those pentapod egg things are all working fine. And when it's ready for it, this will start producing me carbon fiber. You guys filter for... Can I set carbon fiber here? I can, sweet. Even though we don't know what carbon fiber is, that's the only thing you're allowed to produce there. Yeah, the seeds are actually coming in surprisingly well. What bothers me is the priority. We're going to end up with like a bunch of them getting spoilt because they priority one side. I don't know how I can fix that too easily. Well, I do know. I know how you can split these things, but I'm not going to bother doing it. No rocket? Do not know what you mean by no rocket. Alright, you've got this built up. Now I need you to become the skeleton. And you will continue to demand the goods that you need. Why did that turn itself off? Oh, go win lobby. It's taking surprising, well, not very surprising, but it is taking a long time for that stuff to come up. Okay, wow, it's sped up quite a lot for the science production for some unknown reason. Almost as if putting in all these extra places for the labs to get their stuff worked out. But look at that. Look at that black science just, ooh, not quite making its way down the way I need it to. That's quite bad. Yeah, at least the agricultural science has a good bit of time on it. And I'll bring back all the bioflux that I can when captivity is ready. But yeah, there's a lot of work to be done on Novis for expansion. I need to find some stone is a big one, so I'm going to get on my rocket packs and find them. Because when we check the stone availability, there's nothing in the base. I don't really count 3.6k. Why did you just die in Novis? When I was looking as well, that's suspicious. There's 1 million over here, so I could go out and grab that. There's 35k here. There's 69k over here. Ooh. Okay, there might be a big load of stone over here. And these are some easy places to explore. Yeah, that would be pretty sweet. Because I would ideally like to not touch this wall. There's a lot of complications doing that. But if I could do something like bip, 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 then I get a lot of extra space to work with. I also need to keep in mind that I need to drop off a lot of items over here for Novis, a lot of big miner drills, and find the fastest way to augment Novis and be ready to get over to Aquilo, preferably with at least 10 hours remaining. Requester pads turn off, because the blue pad was the landing pad, with whatever requests were set when you blueprinted it. Ah, well spotted there, Wonky John. Also, welcome as well. It's needed to do barely any repairs, which is good. It'll get this fixed up. It'll get the lasers to defend itself, and then I'll make it into the other version of the skeleton. I wish I'd done this a little bit earlier. Come on, Master from ActRaiser 2. Stop making me regret not building more rocket silos. Also, could I just build more rocket silos in Fulgora? Is such a thing even possible? You there. What if you made rocket silos? I don't really have... Yeah, the problem was I never really got around to vastly making... I never properly set this place up for bot production, and I still don't really want to. This is like a one-off thing. I'm not going to bother too much with it. Because if I check my logistic network, there are... How many electric engines there? 166. Well, that's not even enough to make one of these, so never bother with that. Basically, we're done with this place. Why is this not coming in fast enough? Maybe it's just that, yeah, this just isn't fast enough. It does, however, still unload, so that in itself is still a win. Even if it's not processing as fast as I would like, it is still going, and that's the important thing. I really should put a radar over there so I can see what this thing is up to. But hopefully Fulgora just runs without my... without any need of me for a good long while. Yeah, I guess I'm okay with this. When it flows good enough. The most important thing is holmium production, and that is like all that matters. And actually, we're overflowing in holmium. Oh, well, that is quite wonderful, actually. Could we continue to overflow in holmium, please? Great. Also, don't prioritize that way. We need it on both sides. That's probably why I'm overflowing on it, because I'm not doing things like science then. Not that I need much more of this science, but let's not count any chickens yet, shall we? This is fine. I mean, it's a mess. This whole thing is a complete and utter mess. I'd be ashamed of doing this if I wasn't in the run that I'm in right now. Lose Lobby is hanging around over Gleba, and Gleba is launching another 1,000 science, and Novis is going to run into a problem of too much science that's going to spoil. So maybe don't ask for all that much science. As expected, the black science is the problem. Captivity is still going. It should be done in 10 minutes. The Master from ActRaiser 2 is now just waiting on the LDS. Although the rocket capacity per LDS is much, much lower. You know what? I want this sped up. Just bring up 10 rockets worth. Yeah, stop bringing these up. Just bring up the low-density structures. I don't have time for this. Meanwhile, since I have to wait anyway, I should do a quick check. Actually, what I can do is do this. This is a way to see where expansion possibilities are. And as long as they never want to expand into my cloud, we're good. So I'm actually going to go on a bit of an excursion. And I can excursion a little faster if I eat these jelly nuts. I think I could excursion even faster if I made them into jelly. And then I can just eat my jellies to move even faster. It'd be very funny if there was a patch recently that made Gleba monstrosities expand faster. But another great thing is that if I do trigger them, I will get a warning, because there's an achievement for it. It's called It Stinks and They Like It. So yeah, what I can do is just completely destroy any expansion desire for them into my area. Do not expand in enemy area, please. And yeah, being able to blast around. For some reason, eating this jelly makes my mech suit fly harder and my exoskeletons push harder. So yeah, now they really don't want to be anywhere near me. Let's just take out any remaining possibilities. Unload on both sides of the train. It's already pretty fast. I don't want to expend effort here. Sorry, I don't mean to put down your actually good idea. And make no mistake, it is good. Where else are these buggers? Again, they won't attack me even though I've destroyed their nest. They prefer to die of loneliness. Yeah, exactly, itchy. It takes about 15 or 20 minutes. But they don't become aggressive. Actually, it's the same way biters operate. Believe it or not, biters, if you just kill their nests, if they're not already targeting you, like if you did it via artillery or something, they will also just die of loneliness. Also, because of my incredibly cheap cheating suit, I can just hang over here and they won't be able to do buggery. I can even snipe them. This suit is so overpowered. Like, what were they thinking adding this? It is nice having this late game option, but it really shouldn't be as immensely powerful as it is. So much stuff you can do with complete impunity. At the very least, it should cost something to fly in the air. At the very least. Not just the little ones, even the big guys will just die off, not having a home anymore. All right, I'll clean up some more of this, and then I will declare Gleba safe. Safe for a reasonably long amount of time. How's Master from Actraiser 2 doing? He's got 100, 200, 300, 400. Yeah, I need more than that. I think it's multiplicative with the exoskeletons as well, which is even further broken on my speed. But yeah, let's clear up some more of this. The whole point is just so that Gleba is done. Gleba just sits back, making me science. I don't care if the science spoils. Oh, that's something I should actually care about. See, the science might go into the science chest and spoil there. So I should have a separate filter taking out the science. I could also do some kind of like logic system for it. But logic... Yeah, look at these buggers. A fair few of them. But their home is forfeit unto me. And if I lure them down here, then I can make my way up north and... Gotta be very, very careful I don't die here, by the way. Stompers do a lot of damage. And also, you get slowed down by those projectile wriggler things. So that's partly why I'm bringing the fruit with me to speed up. Yep. Because yeah, if I died there, I'd have to traipse over and grab my body. And how exactly do I grab my body from all of these things? I don't know. Logic is incredible. I've been stuck on Novis for 100 hours programming trains and belts because I refuse to use bots. Very admirable. Very admirable indeed. Yeah, bots are the devil's kith and kin. Belts are beauty. Clue's in the name. It's got a B in it. And yeah, they just die falling into the water like that. Alright, they're nowhere near wanting to expand over here, so let's just head south and clear off the last possible avenue of wriggler expansion. Wrigglers, pentapods, whatever they claim to be. Oh, poor guy. Oh, I was about to say, can't get me, I'm on the water, but no, he twunted me good there. And now their expansion opportunities are very small. Might be considered a little underhanded to use the map to check where they could want to come from. But hey, the option's right there. All you have to do is press F4, F5. If they wanted, they could make that disable achievements. So much like trading and raiding in Star Sector, I have to assume it is intended behavior. Also, thank goodness for these fission reactors built into my chest. I have so much power. Yeah, not having to rely on solar power is ever so nice. Any more for any more? I think we're pretty safe. They don't even want to consider moving into my my territory. Although I think I missed a spot here. Anyone see any more of these little buggers? You! What does make me a little uncomfortable about this strategy is that I'm not entirely sure about it. You can look up all sorts of information and you know about the variable 60 minutes to 4-minute expansion growing with evolution ticker for biters, but I can't find similar information about that for the pentapods and such. So it does make me a little bit wary, especially since I have 0 defense. Yeah, biter eggs can spawn in space, and the vacuum of space has no negative impact on the biters. Oh god, right, we need to get on this. Master from ActRaiser 2, what's taking so long? You have 800, 400 more on the way. Just get those and get over here. Get your arse over to Gleba. Drop those off and take me where I need to go. That means I'm just going to dump my junk. Oh god, pentapod eggs. You know what, let's take no risks. Just burn the bastards. There we go. I thought about filling up my pentapod egg things here, but they are fine. And there's no reason these should ever run out. It makes 2. 1 goes out here, 1 goes out here. This makes 2, 1 and 1. So they're always feeding each other. I could only imagine that backing up if there's spoilage issues, but spoilage should also be taken care of permanently because of everything we have set up. Spoilage always comes here to get burnt. There will always be space for it to be burnt because there is... these things won't be fed with more temperature until it glows down to 750. And spoilage barely gives any temperature, so I'm certain it'll be fine. Alright, so with captivity done, then we get carbon fiber done. And then it's time for me to get off this planet. Master from ActRaiser 2 is on his way. And here's my ticket out of here. Oh, I said I needed a logic system for this. Yes, I did. Okay, here's my logic. If we have spoilage, immediately burn it. That's just the simplest solution I can have. I thought about some kind of like bots bringing it over here, but not sod it. If the science spoils, burn the science. All this production is infinite. We really, really, really don't have to worry about it. And we've done it. We have figured out how to capture these bastards. Now we're going to figure out carbon fiber. And we're actually going to go and grab one of these things so that we can figure out the Biolab. So, when the master from ActRaiser 2 is here... How's the Wind Lobby doing, by the way? Is it doing well enough to become the laser version of itself? Go. And still continue to auto-request anything that you need or want. I think I made some changes to this, which I may or may not care about. For example, I don't have quality asteroid collectors. But whatever, we can figure out the rest. I just want the ship set up. It doesn't need to immediately start working or anything like that. Right, Master from ActRaiser 1. I don't need to bring anything with me, do I? So I can just ditch my junk and leave. As long as you have all of my bots. This can go, this can go, this single bullet can go. And now I can go. Kind of sad there's no reason to have wrigglers and biter eggs together like the game shows on the main screen. I don't know. Right, get me off this planet. There's some more nice stuff I'd like to do. Oh, right, no, don't get me off this planet. I must take Bioflux with me. Otherwise, we won't be able to do the very important stuff. You got any bio stuff for me? It shouldn't impact my base too much, just recklessly stealing all the Bioflux off of the line here. Because they've got plenty of nutrients hanging around the center. 100, 200, 300, 400. I'd rather have more than 500. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 600. Alright, one thing, Master from ActRaiser 2. Please drop down the blues and the low-density structures. There's no way in hell I'm producing these on Gleba. You can, by the way. You can do some really interesting setups with cultivating the bacteria for iron and copper. And you can synthesize coal using the readily available burnt carbon. So actually, for infinite production, it's one of the best places to be, because you cover all your bases. You also make plastics and oil stuff from, yeah, the 2 plants there are. When they were developing the game, they had so many kinds of plants. Right, do not automatically do stuff, because I'm telling you what to do. Bring all of this Bioflux up to Master from ActRaiser 2. And then be very, very sad that I don't have another rocket going. Please make me another rocket on the double. Yeah, I'm going to need you to go fast. Is going fast on the cards for you? Gleba's kind of sad. It should be more threatening, especially on Deathworld. I mean, look at this. It was no effort at all to clear this area. No threat whatsoever to me. And it takes forever for these bastards to expand. I think their bases need to be a bit more difficult to attack like I did. You know how you've got worms and lots of bases on Novis? You got nothing like that here in Gleba. We are surprisingly close to Aquilo. Kind of excited about it. However, I need to fix the issues on Novis. No stone, not enough. Well, no stone is the backbench of all my problems. Ugh, I need military to do biolabs as well. That super sucks. At least we're stockpiling a bit of military, so maybe we'll get through. This is the problem. Production science is needed. But these biolabs are huge. Why are biolabs so huge? Why am I rushing to them instead of more necessary stuff for Aquilo? 50% science pack drain. It produces pollution, but to hell with that. This I want, and I want it badly. Come on, come on. Gotta get off this planet. I'm no longer welcome on this planet. But isn't the purpose of the mech suit to be OP? I suppose it is. But I just want it to come with a cost. Look at this ridiculous thing. Where can we see it? Where can we see it? Mech suit is you. Granted, it is very, very expensive to research. But I'm happy with the inventory size bonus. I'm happy with the resistances. I think that my biggest issue with this thing is that it flies for no cost. That should probably cost energy, right? At the very least, it should cost energy. And that would be a very, very good incentive for you to move away from the nuclear reactor for power. Because the nuclear reactor, I think, is fine into the end game. There's no need for fission power. Alright, you, I'm getting out of here. Take me to Master from ActRaiser 2, please. And once I leave, you can now deal with anything automatically. What's the Lose Lobby doing? It's waiting for bullets. That's good. That's what it's meant to do. That actually slows down the passage of the science as well, which is no bad thing. What am I doing right now, by the way? Master from ActRaiser 2, you've picked me up, and for that I'm grateful. But for now, we need you to... funnily enough, I did want you to go to Vulcanus. Do I want you on Vulcanus? Yeah, because there's a bunch of stuff I want for Novis. Yeah, there is. Sure, that bioflux is degrading, but the bioflux is not a problem, right? We have like an hour and a half to use it, and we will get the opportunity to use it. I need to think about what I want here. I would like big mining drills. Give me 200 big mining drills. What else do I want from here that I'm going to want over on Novis? Is there anything else I want on Novis? We've already done the artillery. Stone we're going to be getting from there. Are there any modules I'm going to want? How many modules you got? Give me like another age and a half to consider what I'm doing on Vulcanus. Yeah, you know what? Give me 100 prod 2 modules, and 100 speed 2 modules, and the beacons, the good beacons. Oh, maybe just get a bunch of the modules, including the green ones. Yeah, because we do need to keep things green back home. Where are my fancy beacons? How many do I have? Got 11 and 12. How many can you fit? I got like 60, 80. I might need the really fancy ones for back home. Give me 10 of the fancy ones and like 30 of the less fancy ones. Right, so beacons, give me, what was I saying, like 30 of these ones. And then of the super fancy ones, give me 10 of those. You know what? Don't. I'm going to want those for the Aquilo platform, so don't bother taking those. Instead, give me 40 of these. Give me the... 100 of these, please. And then give me 100 of these. And then give me 100 of these. Something else that's a bit funny that I want. Just a bit. I want... Oh, I'm going to want some cliff explosives, aren't I? It's a shame these things are so heavy in terms of rocket launches. But give me 100 of those. Not 100 just 100. And then please give me 300 of these. That should be some kind of satisfaction for me. Since we're literally about to go to Aquilo, making some quality turbines really cuts the space needed on a ship, in my opinion. Maybe, but I don't have the mental bandwidth to go and sort out some quality building. But it's easy to make a bigger ship. Alright, quick check on Fulgora. Sometimes this really does go too slow, but the train comes and drops that off, so I shouldn't be too disheartened by this. In the end, the only thing that's important for Fulgora to make is just enough science to do all the research. And it is kind of doing that. It slowed down a bit because of reasons. What were the reasons? I can't remember. It's because it took me a while to split this, but that's fine. Otherwise it's doing okay. Alright, Master from Actraiser 2, you getting what I need you to get? Is there anything else that I truly need for Novis, though? Let's have a look at it. I'll tell you what, I would really like to be able to upgrade some of the production buildings. So, could we grab 100 of these? I got all this stuff, I might as well move it around. Plenty on the planet, that should be fine. I know there's plenty of the planet of these as well. Get me my cluster grenades, get me my cliff explosives. Anything else I need for this place? Going to be expanding this. I wonder if that wall situation is going to be a problem. Like, I have no walls to build up my perimeter. This represents a significant problem. Those big mining drills into my smelters are probably going to be relevant real soon. Carbon fiber get. What's the evolution here, by the way? Evolution on Novis 0.80. That's okay. If I can, I would really like some stronger explosives, and then some other stronger explosives, if we have time to get that before all is lost. Not time for considering the tool belt, but I will actually queue it. Will I? No, we're never having the tool belt. There's no space in my inventory. It's purely nice to have. Don't bother with tree seeding. I'd love to have stack insertion, but it requires production science, which has died due to lack of stone. Oh, this is fine. Get me some stronger explosives if you can, please. 6 minutes? Alright, that might work out then. We're getting all the goods sent up here, and then once we have it, we're on our way back to Novis. How's this going to go then? So once I've finished all my science from the farm planet, I guess I just set this thing to make its rounds, so it picks up science, science, science. It's going to pick up carbon fiber and probably drop it off on Vulcanus, so that Vulcanus can make stack inserters, which I will need eventually, and I can move one of those out from there. It's going to pick up... I probably wouldn't even bother picking up electromagnetic plants or holmium. That stuff goes over to Aquilo. So yeah, it's going to pick up... anything else? What else would even be picked up? I'm really, really struggling to think. But look at this. These are all the sciences that I need to get to Aquilo. And to get to the very, very end, which requires this, the amount of research is very, very few. But it's also very expensive. So we're going to need advanced asteroid reprocessing. We're going to need to learn about rocket turrets. That's actually a priority. All the more reason to get black science and stone operational. Then Aquilo. We go to Aquilo. We build up Aquilo like a bat out of hell. And then we do these ridiculously expensive researches. And then we need to create the machine that gets us to the edge of the solar system. But we just earned a lot of time. Assuming that Gleba doesn't fall apart for some reason. And everything does look like it's whirling fine. And the map is also showing nothing but good things. Then we saved oodles of time. Because how long did it take us to build up Gleba? How long have we been at this today? Lose Lobby is doing its rounds. Okay, it's grabbing... Yeah, grabbed more agriculture and it's taking it back. I need to fix Novis so that it doesn't mess things up. What is taking those cluster grenades so long? Looks like there's some of them are on their way, but where's the rest of them? 0 on the way. Vulcanus. I think part of the problem is that you build things too slowly. Well, that's why we have better beacons, isn't it? Might as well use them since we have them. Get that thing upgraded and get me more of them. And also, while we're at it, why are we not doing this more efficiently? These things still do cost expensive components to do rocket launches with, so... Rat-tat-tat-tat. There we go. Be efficient. Be efficient. And we should double check that the sulfuric acid and the steam is not having problems. Maybe I can fix the thing that didn't line up here. Somebody told me that that was not connected. Otherwise, are they all working? They're working enough. Is that within the lognet range, by the way? Yeah, and that's not lognet, that's buildnet, if such a thing is real. 175 on the way, and once those things are over here, we are going to Novis. Unless, again, is there anything I'm missing out on? There is an idea to bring over smelter arrays, so I can quickly blast things out. But I can build those pretty fast. I'm pretty sure I have bricks down there. And I know I've got red things. Do I actually have bricks on Novis? Wasn't that one of the core problems we had? Severe lack of bricks? Okay, as a cheeky little thing, give me 100 of these, please. I know, I continually ask for a lot. 100 coming from you, or rather 50 coming from you. And then we're out of here. 1 pump jacks, not lined up. Is it you? No. I see it. so weird that you can remotely do that. I'm glad they added in a lot of remote control stuff. It's pretty vital for the expansion. But it doesn't stop it feeling quite weird in places. Oh, I'm really, really happy with Gleba. Oh, right, we can start this now. Carbon fiber, please. Carbon fiber requires carbon and Yumako mash, so please make me some Yumako mash. Yumako mash needs to be fed. Yumako mash needs to get rid of its garbage. Yumako mash goes down to here. This goes down to here. Oh, does this actually work? There we go. Blessed be our bots. You gotta make sure that you take the carbon. Switching anything over, I really, really have to make sure this thing is working fine. So do that as well, please. So you can be fed. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. The seeds go out there. The mash goes out there. The carbon gets made here. Other stuff gets put out. Excellent, excellent. As long as you actually get fed your stuff. There you go. Donk. Make the mash. Make the carbon fiber. Uh-oh. It's not in the right place. This is okay. You can still get that, you can still get that, and you can still go there. Now it should work. The seeds still go in here. The mash still comes out to you. This still flows. I'd rather it was a little clearer like that, though. There we go. All works fine. And it's all flowing the right way. And now we have carbon stuff coming in. And I've got all my goods, so no longer interested in that. Get me over to Novis, please. You can do everything remotely now. I know, I just... feels wrong, right? I should be doing everything by hand. I'm a lazy bastard, after all. How's the wind lobby coming along? Wind lobby lacks... efficiency modules, but that's okay because I believe we had this thing where we changed the modules out. Okay. Okay. Those for those, and those for them, and them for also them. And then it's going to want the asteroid collector and the thrusters. So I don't make thrusters on here. All right, once you get here, give me another long time to think about what I'm doing. Vulcanus, I for some reason forgot to tell you to make me a bunch of thrusters. Actually, I think I did do it, but it was problematic for some reason. Point is, I'm going to need some thrusters. Please make sure I have 10 thrusters. And please make sure that I have 10 grabby hands. You tell me I didn't already have grabby hands. These should be quality, by the way. I should actually set up a little thing that makes quality grabby hands. But I ain't doing that right now. Lose lobby is hanging about over Novis, replacing ammo, as it should. The Master from ActRaiser 2 is also over Novis. Please drop me to Novis. Please also drop off a whole lot of my goods. I'd like my big mining drills, like my cliff explosives. Just like so much of this stuff, but I need to make sure that I'm collecting it from this the storage place because there's not enough space for it all. Did I get one of the stronger explosives? I did. Okay, getting the second one is quite important, and we'll have it in 7 minutes. I suppose this can go away now. I might need that for building. Yeah, all the stuff is coming down. I'll be sure to collect it from Master from Actraiser 2. Yes, 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 yes. Absolutely yes to the bioflux. Absolutely yes to you as well. What about the cargo bays? Why does it even have all these cargo bays? Do I want those cargo bays? Yes, actually. Give me the cargo bays, please. That allows me to expand this so I have more space for all the stuff. Gib, 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 gib. Give me the bioflux, give me that. Give me my grenades, those are important as well. Where are the rest of the grenades, damn it? Where are the rest of the grenades? I'm sure I sent myself over here with 300 of them. Why do I only have 200? Explain yourself, Master from Actraiser 2. There we go, I missed one. They got some walls of them that desperate. Steal walls off the spaceship. I am not that desperate, not yet. Give it time, though. So some of the agricultural stuff is just gagging to expire. Once we have these stronger explosives, we need to get to work on using them. That means the rocket turret must be done. That is of vital importance for getting to Aquilo. Although asteroid reprocessing doesn't require black science, it does require purple, which we also struggle on. There's a lot of things we struggle on, and we're kind of on a timer for dealing with the agricultural science and the bioflux. We need to get to that on the double. Okay, shouldn't be too bad. Shouldn't, he says. Why, oh why, is green science of all science struggling? Heaven even knows. I think, see these nice improved assemblers? They should be going on the science so that science can keep up. And the important science ingredients, which are pretty much just made to measure. Which includes you guys. It also includes you, strangely enough. And you, black science. And the gun-related things for black science. And where are the chests full of stuff that I brought over, or did I leave behind whenever I fly away? I think I leave them next to my rocket, right? Hopefully there's space now that I'm in my big fancy swanky suit. Alright, I guess that'll do. The green science ain't ripe enough. We'll get there. Alright, what are we doing now? We have a few options. Information is probably the best thing I can get for myself right now. Fly out and see exactly where we're going to be expanding to. Chat, where do you think? I appreciate it might be difficult to see, but this is what we know so far. Where should we go and check out? It is of vital importance that we secure stone. It might be the only thing we actually need. Additional iron couldn't hurt, although I think the big mining drills will solve that. Coal would also be nice, because our current coal reserves are dying. Oil is fine. Copper should be fine. Cacodemon wants us to go northeast. Rainy wants the south. Hentai Dad wants the west. You can't just say everywhere. I guess we could do it everywhere then. South looks to have the most land. Alright, let's do a perimeter sweep. More information is better information. It's not like we're slow, so let's go. And the base is well enough defended, and I can fly over the water. Also, we can watch these bastards burn as they've been burning for so long. I'll just do a clean sweep. We'll do it counterclockwise. And we will be laughing at these biters. Now, I can't kill them quite as well as I'd like. Maybe... No, there's nothing I'd give up for more power right now. The shields are good for a just-in-case. That's a lot of iron that we just flew over. Is there copper up north of it? No, it just looked like copper. Alright, keep on moving, keep on grooving. At least we're waiting on some tech being done. Jake, I can't go everywhere. Also, Jake, let's go everywhere. Yes? Perhaps you're not picking up on what's important about that. A healthy, fickle mind. Something that doesn't get set in its ways. Oh, I see we're uncovering some new biter bases as we travel around. You can explore a 5x5 chunk everywhere you go around. And if you want to see chunks, there you go. All those blacker perimeter squares are chunks. That can be enabled by pressing F5, and F4, I believe, lets you choose what shows up on that menu. But I'm not going to tinker around that in the heat of battle. There's iron over here. Let's just sniff over at it. That's a big chunky load of iron, but that's a very far away from base. So not exactly desirable. Lots of water. I mean, water is good as a way to stop the enemies coming in. By the way, power on Novis, I am probably just going to make do with boilers. That does strain the coal quite a lot. Actually, how about more solar? I should have a bunch of solar panels set up. Or maybe better yet. Okay, here's a big thought. Efficiency modules. Yeah, nobody will see that coming. With enough efficiency modules, we don't worry about power. Where the hell am I? Quite far south of the base now. South enough to find some... Is that rock below me? Remember, stones are of vital importance. Oh, it is, but it's pathetically small. I think we found a choke point, though. Could be useful for wall expansions. More coal? I didn't spy any coal. Oh, yeah, there we go. But it's only the same size as my existing patch. When I put down heavy mining drills, it's actually going to double the amount of effective coal in a patch, because it only depletes at 50% of speed. This is a big find. Nice, nice. A peninsula. Means that if we just clear this out, there's nowhere more that I need to worry about clearing out. More coal. Okay, coal is good. Let's continue to check out the peninsula. There be dragons here. Alright, no longer becoming a nice place to defend. Although at least I have the power of bots. If I make a quick wall blueprint, it'll be rather trivial to extend the wall here and have my bots do all the work for me. More iron. Were there these biters here before? I'm certain I've been here in the past. God, I almost didn't see that stone patch. I think that's the one we were looking at. How much is it? Plenty. Okay, right. I think we know which direction we're going now. More water. You know, so if I wanted to grab lots of fish, you could just go fishing with bots. If you're hardcore like that. Lots of nice choke points around here. Yeah, totally going into my seed settings and tinkering it into Peninsula Archipelagoville. I wish. Alright, what's up north? Iron aplenty. I don't think I'd ever want to go out this far, but let's have a quick look. I thought I saw something there. Stronger explosive 6, get. Now that is good. A rocket turret will take some time. Actually, maybe not as long as I thought. Okay, good. Perhaps I very temporarily solved my my problems. Alright, let's rally back, check our information, see what we want to do with it. While these guys burn. Also, I couldn't help but notice that there's not really a firewall here, is there? Let's change that. Although there is an achievement for burning down lots of places. Oh god, no! No, I take it back. Don't do that. Instead, have a place to store your junk. And stop dying. Do I have bots of my own? I don't have any constructor bots of my own. Let's go and change that. I forgot where I made construction bots. I think way down at the south. Yeah, except I gather up all of these, don't I? There's no need for that many of them. But I do want 100 bots. 100? No, I've got space for 50. Alright, I'm not a monster. Have 50 of them back. Okay, what have we learned? What can we do with what we've learned? Turn that off, give me a better view. Stone, needed. Iron, nice to have, but with effectively 6 million iron here, I don't think we need that. Do we even need to expand north? The less I expand, the more time I save. But there's a really nice choke point here and here. Like, really nice. You know, nothing really gets through here if we just wall that off. What is up there, by the way? Is that an end point? I should double check. We all have all the information. Time to put it to work. But how? Are attacks an issue? Not currently. Behemoths are 0.1 evolution away. But that's still a lot. So I don't actually think we're going to worry about Behemoths until the post-game, or at least the Post end of the... Hello, Copper Barry. Alright, the sad truth is I don't think I need that. Stone is the ultimate priority right now. We must get the stone, so we must secure the south. So my proposition is that's what we get to immediately. Whilst these snivelling little biter bastards burn to death on my walls. Don't carry me away on that, please. Okay, we clear this. We wall off this at some point, probably the tightest point, because I'm severely low on walls. We have to still rely on flamethrowers because we don't have the energy for lasers. But yeah, I can easily clear this, set up a wall, bring that stone back, and the stone can feed into everything stone fed into before. Wherever that was. I mean, stone came along here. Did the stone ever go anywhere else? Where else did stone go to? Where did these guys get their stone for the... Oh, the wall. Okay, so stone only ever came through here. So we just bring in the stone. We enhance the stone... production? Not production, but what we do with the stone. Alright, alright. I'm with myself right now. Blomp. Bring it up. Yellow belts. Yellow belts, yeah, well, I don't have red belts, so it's got to be lots of yellow belts bringing it back. But there's a lot of space to bring it back, so I can just go... Whoop. Okay, okay. Oh, come on, Resty. That's a bit below the belt. It was really hard, okay? Yeah, the bioflux, I've still got plenty of time to use, like an hour 20 to put it to good use. Freaking Resty, man. I'm going to run out of walls before too long, so I better grab what little there is left so I can put up a bit of a defense. Good to see the oil is struggling as it always has been. And I should leave some walls for my friends back home. Alright, good, good. There's still a fair amount of walls. Give me, like, all of these walls. Most of these walls. Some more Flammerwaffen and pipes to ground. Glad I've got the extra inventory space. Yeah, just give me all of those. Continue making more if you want to. Where are the pipes and where are the pipe to grounds? I store pipes here. Did I just make pipe to ground on demand? Looks like I certainly did. Just give me loads of them, please. Alright, well, needs must, and we must need. Bottom left in the south, there's a nice choke point too. You mean right here? Yeah. Do that, clear this. I was thinking more just walling this, or even walling here. Yeah, that's a nice choke point, but this isn't so nice. And everything I have to clear still costs me time and resources. Honestly, just walling here seems fine, but then there's the power issue and this issue, and I know I should bring this within my base, shouldn't I? I should wall this. When behemoths come, this won't be able to handle it. Could do a line like this. Doop, doop, doop. But do I need that iron? I mean, there's much more convenient iron right here with a lot less to clear for it. Okay, here's another thought. How about we go along, down and along? Doesn't secure these resources, but I don't think I need those resources. What I need is as tight a wall as I can get. Alright, that's what we'll do. Are we going for it now? I guess so. In a time like the present. So, how do we remove all of these biters from my home? Here is my answer. An almost never used item. Cluster grenades. Boom, boom, bloody boom. Because the lasers on their own are not strong enough. But these things have quite a bit of chunk to them. And we were able to make them pretty much for free over in Vulcanus. The worms, of course, they can die to the lasers. I want to save myself resources here. But when we're in the thick of it, I need area of effect weapons here. No love for the coal. We're going to mine that coal once we wall this off. Although, now that you mention it, that would have been a more clever thing to start with, wouldn't it? So yeah, personal defense lasers got heavily nerfed. Look at the no damage they're doing to this base. And the bases also have a lot more health. As evolution grows, the base health grows. But cluster grenades, something I pretty much never use, finally come to fruition here. They also get some nice damage increases, which is why I was getting the explosives bonus. Of course, I'm not made of these things, so I'm not throwing them entirely willy-nilly. I'm throwing them quite willy-nilly. There we go. Thank God there aren't behemoths. By the way, evolution check. 0.807 something. We clearing this? Yeah, I guess we're clearing this. This is certainly something that needs some explosive attention. Do it by the perimeter. This is the kind of thing that I would normally use Spidertron for. What the hell was that? Some kind of counterattack. Let's not worry about it. Although the oil will dry up very, very quickly if I don't deal with that. Oh, maybe not that quickly. We all know that flamethrowers are extremely efficient at what they do. In terms of resource cost, these cluster grenades, yeah, I would never entertain the thought, but because we can produce them so cheaply on Vulcanus, you know, like everything gets produced cheaply on Vulcanus, then I don't have a problem doing this. The slight concern is the coal cost. Coal cost always being a consideration on Vulcanus. Do I actually have things to repair that with? Yeah, I suppose I do. Let's clear this as well, so we've got some good, good no man's land. This is going to be prime expansion territory for the biters. I hope it behooves them not to take this on. I will say that the area of effect on these is kind of pitiful. But it is just lots of grenades. How does evolution work on other planets? It exists, but it's not relevant for anywhere other than Gleba. You know, like Fulgora has evolution, but Fulgora has no hostile entities, so who cares? I've heard talk of a hostile entity on Fulgora, but I don't know if it's just some kind of meme or not. Alright, that clears up this for now. Let's go and repair whatever was busted. It's already cost me a third of my grenades. Not chuffed about that. Yeah, of course, taking out my pipes to ground. But there we go, the oil shall continue to flow. Alright, and now these, and we're more or less done. Kind of makes me feel like I should have been clearing out more. But here I've got water on my side. Can't catch me. Can't catch me. Catch me if you can, but you can't. Yeah, I was racking my head how to clear these bases with no Spidertron. And lasers just wouldn't cut it. So I looked through the list of weapons in the game. Because of course you could build big turret lasers and creep forward with those. You could do the same with flame, but it was also slow. I wanted something I could go in and bang, bang, bang with. And then I looked and saw the cluster grenades and thought, you know, I never tried those. So I opened up the game in creative mode. Spawned a bunch of biter bases and went blowing them up, and I was quite impressed at what they were able to achieve. And, you know, because of the material cost, you wouldn't entertain the thought over something that is completely free, like lasers. Personal lasers, that is. But I can only have so many lasers whilst keeping an appreciable speed, because I do need to be safe while doing this. And this was just the ticket. Landmines work very well as well. Yeah, I hadn't actually considered landmines. I've never tried using landmines offensively. I've heard about it, but I have not done it. Bloop. Another one bites the dust. Should I trim this away? I think I should at least push it back a bit. Are you trying to settle here or something? Get out of here. I've got to be careful. Like, if I got myself killed, how do I get myself back? I can't get the armor. made to go and save myself, so I need to play this a bit gingerly. Which, as a redhead, is just how I should be doing it. Although the redness of my hair has faded with age. It certainly comes out during the sunshine. My poor fellow redheads. Absolutely removed by media. How is this not a bigger thing? Okay, so I can just bring this over and down and make this safe. Oh, I thought that was a fat lot of coal. It's not. It's nothing. I should really be automating my my spaceships and that, but we've automated the one that matters, I suppose. How are those rocket turrets looking? Bad. Bad because no stone, most likely, if I had to guess. However, that is just a guess. Die biter scum. Let's have a quick look and see what might be happening. It could be that there's some rot blocking the way. No, black science, as expected. Right, in that case, I guess we set up defenses before the biters start thinking they can move back in. I probably should have made something that can be quickly plapped down, but of course I didn't. I don't like how close you are to my wall, so could you kindly vacate the premise as well, please? Running out of these explosives, so let's hope they don't get too aggressive once I'm done. Beautiful, they just don't have the explosive resistance to handle me. This corner could be a bit of a weak point, but well. Clear it out, clear it out. Oh, they immediately want to come and have a go, do they? There, how's that for a go? Damn, I'm all to hell. Right, how are we doing on these stones? Can I just put up the most rudimentary of defenses and call it a day? Jong 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 jong. I mean, we are talking rudimentary. This is just a wall. Not a great wall. Just a wall. Look at it. No, man. No. Get out of here. I wonder if those are pollution attacks, actually. I should have considered that. No, there is no pollution over here. Unless pollution from here wants them to go around this way, which is possible. Absolutely possible, maybe even plausible. Oops, well, whatever. Sometimes I do it by making ghosts like that. That way the Constructobots can remove whatever's underneath instead of me just getting blocked. Alright, time to go back to one of our original designs. This. Die Flammerwaffen. First thing we ever blueprinted in this run, and it's as relevant now as it ever was. Keep those biters out of here. There is an achievement for setting fire to a large number of trees, but we can farm those kinds of achievements later. And it would be very prudent to double wall, even if walls are at a premium. Walls at a premium is just madness, right? Why? How? How do things get so bad? Alright, very good. They could actually go here and attack, so here's another thought. Let's not have this forest here, and let's set up a flamethrower to torch these guys, if they decide to approach there. Gotta remember, those flamethrowers aren't doing diddly, but looking pretty until we actually set up some... Hold that thought. Okay, I know, we're all holding. Until I set up some oil going through them. Actually, One should be very paranoid about corners like this, because that's where so many of them creep in. I might have put this a little too far, huh? That's okay, that's what Super Force Build exists for. And hopefully I kept some pumps. Of course I kept some pumps. I need this stuff brought out, maybe not from there, maybe from here. I want a pump, bringing it straight down into all of this. Alright, groovy. It's really, really hard to see where these line up, but something like, but not necessarily that. That corner is not well defended, but we all knew that. Let's just add some extra walls for the hell of it. And then remove the most cornered ones, otherwise the spitters get this funny idea that they want to aggro on the corner, and then they take things out from a distance where my flamethrowers don't reach them. Very nasty of them. Don't like them doing that. Hope I have plenty of these. This is asking for trouble, and I no longer need the redundancy over here. And this, I think I brought over because of biters that were close to that area, right? There we go. It's still in line. It's good. I am capturing the stone patch, right? I'm not doing something ridiculous like not actually getting what I came here for. To my surprise, I am performing this admirably. Again, don't trust the corners. Corners are like biters, don't trust them. There we go. These will all get their fuel at some point. At some point. Virtually no crude oil in the pipes because it's something I chew through rapidly. But once the crude oil flows, then life is good. Just takes a bit of time to get there. Alright, that's that defended. Let's get this part walled off and taken care of as well. It's going to need an extra boost of this. While we're at it, let's have some extra defense on the corner. Like I said, corner's vitally important. Good enough. Do you have artillery already? I absolutely do. Do I have the time and resources to be making my defenses artillery-based defenses? No. The tightest spot would be the nicest spot. Do I have the pipes to ground for this? I certainly hope so. Do I have the cliff explosives for this? I also, again, hope so. Alright, don't even need it. Nice. Thank you, pipes. Or thank you, cliff walls. Oh, even there we're fine. Okay, good. This could be tighter. What? Did I not clear this? Maybe I imagined it. Oh well, that's what my extra explosives are for. Keeping the neighbors in check. Oh yes, then there were the neighbors. Again, gotta be careful. Do not get myself killed here. How exactly I would save myself, I don't know, and I really don't want to explore that question. That's a fun question, right? Dead body over there with all of your advanced technology. You've got a base that's still on yellow belt technology. 30 hours into the game, I might add. How do you solve this conundrum? Keep these bastards far away from me while I'm doing my work. I love that big chunk of damage that does. Alright, good. Let's make this nice tight wall. Well, sometimes a tight wall's a bit bad because it makes the corners extremely exposed. Well. That's quite funny, they went for the fish for me. Alright, that's a wall if ever I saw one. I think I'm going to try and get away with not expanding the northern defenses. That's very, very, very cheeky. And it might be too cheeky. But it would save me quite a bit of time. And I don't think I need the resources. I hope I don't need the resources. I do want a bit of extra defense here, though. Look at this guy. No, no, no. Oh, we might have gotten a tickle there and wanted to fight me over it. Fight me, dillweed. Alright, there we go. Is it going to flow? Yeah, these guys, they have the magical anti-biter juice. Biters can't cross this. I should be safe-ish. Be very, very prudent to have some kind of radaring on the corners. Do I have radars? No. Do I have the materials for radars? Also no. Do I have repair packs for these walls? No. That could actually be a problem. I should consider bringing over a few roboports and some power to make sure the walls are defended here and here. But more than anything, I need the stone yesterday. Okay, the stone is here. I don't even see it. Trees be damned. I know what I need, and I need the stone. I mean, this is honestly overkill on the stone. Come to think of it, how many does it take to fill up a thing? It's just 3 per second. The things do 15 per second. So actually 5 of them will fill a belt. So I can actually probably just do 6 and 6. And then have 2 yellow belts of stone coming back. Yeah, no need to go overboard here. Where the hell are my yellow belts? Okay, well, don't worry about that. The belts have to go one way or another, so we can bring it back with. All right, at least power is quite close by. It's nice being fast enough to just whoosh this over like it's nobody's business. While I'm here with my mighty drills, let's get rid of this nonsense, and it is nonsense. Okay, turn off my personal logistics. I don't want people stealing my trash. And then... oh, well, of course we can't see that now. Which way, which way, which way? Kind of works. I'll add some extra on the back because these ones could dry up rather easily. And likely will dry up rather easily. More efficient use of the modules, at least. These big mining drills might look imposing, but they really, really don't use that much. What's the term? There's something I don't use a lot of. Okay, look at that saturated belt. That's what I like to see. Just in case, though, I'm going to add another one here, And another one here. And another one here. Because this must keep flowing. And they must keep dying. Whoa, that's a lot of them. Yeah, they must have smelt my increased aggression. One advantage to filling out or destroying this area is I can happily connect these areas in terms of Roboport range. But I have ran through a lot of my explosives. Maybe I'll just connect them anyway. It's not like many people fly from here down to there. Anyway, I need to stop fanning about this. Stone must come back on the double. Where's the biter thinger? Yes, that thing, the biter thinger. Please don't tell me this needs to be made in a biolab. No, so I can just make a... Hold on, I don't even have a rocket launcher. There are many things I need to fix right now. Many, many things indeed. Okay, yeah, take my trash off of me. And it is trash. In fact, I should just lay down a little bit of trash area here. Get this off of me, get it off, get it off, get it off. I have much of what I need here. I need base materials to make some of the things that I need to make. Rocket turret's dead because stone dead, no doubt. And my farming science will soon die as well. Uh-oh. Out of steel is a bad thing too. Should I just bring over a fat stack of steel to jumpstart a lot of things? The steel is dying because this is dying, and that's the only steel. Wait, I thought steel got made here. I thought wrong. In that case, maybe even more iron could be coming in, or we could exploit this more, but there's nothing left to exploit. Alright, that sounds like Master from ActRaiser 2 should head over to Vulcanus and grab me a whole lot of steel. I mean, I don't really care how much it comes up in. Stacks of 400. Alright, get me 4,000 steel, please. I don't know if there's anything else I'm going to want from there. But just to turbocharge a bunch of things I need to do, I need a rocket launcher. We need... Oh, it doesn't need steel, but it does need iron and gear wheels. And yeah, I tapped out the last of my steel here. That's a bit sad. Alright, give that. Give me one rocket launcher. And where is the biter capture thing? Here it is. It needs flying robot frames, processing units, and I really need to use electromagnetic things to improve some of this, but... where are the flying robot frames? Here. Would you look at that? I capture a bunch of them. Don't I need rather a few of these? I can't use up all of my bioflux, but maybe I should. What's bioflux used for in this grand scheme of things? This is such a big thing to get, by the way. Huge, huge landmark, the Biolab. Doubles all science. Which is why Gleba is just the best place to be. 2 pair. And the biter eggs are also needed. So the bioflux is only needed for feeding to get the biter eggs, and you really don't need a lot for that, so I think I should just make a lot of these. They take 10 seconds each, that's no big deal. Although it costs steel that I don't have, and I got rid of all my steel reserves. I will regret that now, I think. Yeah, steel is just dried up and died. Which does tell me I need to bring in more belts of this stuff. And those biters don't quit. Alright, here's how it's going. We're going to try to get as much of this as we can. As best as we can. Did I kill some power connection? Probably. Alright, big drills. I know there's not a lot to get, but get what you can, please. Well, that's just one yellow belt, isn't it? But hey, one yellow belt's better than I'm doing currently. Provided you guys actually work for the privilege. Alright, saturates the belt at least, which tells me we could probably do a little bit better than that. If you go in via the top route, and these guys take the bottom route, sure. There was some logic there, trust me. Alright, that way it's one on each side here, right? Then that is almost good enough. More is needed. It's of vital importance. The heck is this? This is kind of like my last dying breath of getting the rest of the stuff out. There we go. That's as much as I think I can drill out of this, but it does suddenly make this look a lot more saturated than it was before. That won't save anything, but it might improve a few things. It stacks? No, I don't have the research for stacking. I want it. I want this. But it requires productivity science, which needs the stones, which requires a few other things of me, not least of all some actual transport belts, rather a lot of transport belts, which I don't have space for because I'm full of junk right now. Don't like being full of junk. I need to dispose of some junk. Junk. Too much of this is junk. Cliff explosives are not actually necessary right now. Throw them out right now. Who needs power where I'm going? I brought entirely too many mining drills. One wild card of you isn't necessary. I got a lot of this junk. Get out of here. Get out of here. I haven't used you yet. Ooh, military science. What's that doing in my inventory? Be gone. Oops. Do what little rocket turret stuff you can. I need to bring in the stones. And I will bring in the stones using the vast power of yellow belts. Everybody loves yellow belts. I might need a couple to grounds. I may need a few splitters. Why can I not have more? Because I got no iron. These are definitely not problems you should be having at this stage in the game, by the way. Alright, is that everything I need? Get drilling, get modulating them, bring the stone back, repair your broken science. Might get Novis up to where I need it to be with 9 hours to spare, but then we actually need to build the rocket that gets us to Aquilo, and then we need to build Aquilo. How's the massive amounts of steel master from ActRaiser 2? It's there. Is there anything else I need back in Novis on the double? Anything that would severely turbocharge our production of anything? And what do I even want that steel for? I've long forgotten. Doesn't matter. Bring this over to Novis anyway. It's not like flying around costs you anything. You grab everything you need as you go. Right. The stones... This is all free area, so I can just bring the stones in and over here and all is relatively well. I could even deign to make a better stone processing area. But for now, this will do. You didn't connect the top 2 mines. I didn't. Oh, right. I believe there was a thought to do that. Not that. There, looks neater that way. Tell me you have those. Ah, what do you mean you don't have one of those? This is distracting me for all the wrong reasons, and this is exactly the kind of problem that happens when you don't set up a mall of any kind. This stone area is dead. It's not even worth picking up. Although the space might be useful. So I got 10 biter capture thingers. I won't put them to use just yet. How many more could I have? Quite a few. I forget the amount that Bioflux gets used up when feeding biter spawners, but I don't think it's very heavy. You could leave it on the ground for your bots. I certainly could have, but I didn't. It did connect, right? Yeah, of course. I should be quite concerned about the lack of defenses here, and I need to build that up, but getting the stone back is top priority right now. And I might not even have brought enough enough belts for that. We'll see. 2D is level 2 good enough? Yeah, it's down to minus 40 that way. So agonizingly slow. But this will finally bring the stones back. Gotta make sure I don't miss a beat, though. It's very important. Of all the goods in Novis, that stones would be the downfall of me. Everything else was large and easily accessible from our starting area, but not stones. Which is kind of funny because remember way back at the start when we were stuck in that tiny little hell den that we made for ourselves. What did we have inside the hell den? Hell den. We did have coal, we did have iron, we did have copper. We did not have stone. We had to go and extend out our little cubby hole to get access to that stone. You don't need much stone. It's only for the mill science. No, you need a lot of stone for purple science because it uses railways. Don't tell me you forgot that. A lot of forklift certifications. He knows what he's on about. Hey, that was some stone. Alright, so how's this coming in? I guess I could just keep it coming up. We don't need this wall anymore, but at the same time, we don't need to not have the wall. So this no longer does anything for us, but that does mean that this can feed in to our double wall thinger. And I think this will make enough stones for mill science. Maybe. It might not. Actually, it really might not. What's the solution? I don't know. More? Is more ever considered a solution? I do not have the wherewithal to be making sweeping changes here. I really wanted to do nice foundry things, but the best I can do is just augment what I already have with big mining drills. Wish I could do better. But then I'd have to sort out calcite imports. I'd have to set up all sorts of things that I'm not willing to set up. Is all this still connected? I don't know, just put down things until it looks connected. The stones will gradually come in, and the stones will come and join all of this. I do worry a little bit about steel for making some of this stuff. Hopefully the purples can keep up. Get me my rocket turret, and then... How are we doing on these things? We're doing fine. I need my biolabs. However, here's a bit of the problem. You need to research biolabs in order to make them. So you capture a biter base, and it will slowly starve until you actually get your biolab. So I must get the biolab as soon as possible. Could be a problem if any of my science spoils, so hopefully it doesn't. But this is an expensive tech. Purple's needed, black's needed. Yeah, okay, well. Do I dare to just capture a base while I'm waiting? There's no nice place to capture one, is there? Kinda wishing I'd kept one inside my base. What I could do is grab one of these, right? Nobody needs to know, and it does get the achievement done. And I can put these to use, and I also have the backup of my flamethrowers. Yeah, come get some. There we go. Kind of a cool technology, right? You just go and you essentially just rape this base. It's very very unpleasant. Biters et al. Inside? Ugh. Perish the thought. Maybe I should spend the time clearing this, though. But with that, the stuff will be researched, and we get the Biolab as a matter of priority. Like, this thing is so huge. So what you do with this thing is that you feed it food, which is this bioflux, and then it will crank out biter eggs. Kind of the problem is that I need it defended, and I can't really do anything other than defend it myself, unless I feel like I should go and clear these bases. It's not the worst idea, actually, just keep it safe like that. But if I fail, then the whole world will sink into the abyss of a new dark age, made more sinister and perhaps more protracted by the lights of perverted science. Wait, that's what we're doing. It's a speech from Churchill. And I don't know or care about that, but it was used in a song that I rather enjoy. Well, maybe not so much a song as a mix, but still liking it. So this is just to minimize the chances that my captured biter base gets destroyed, because it costs me one of those rockets each time, and those rockets are needed for making the biolabs. So actually, time spent here on Novis is good, because it's time spent doubling the output of all science. And that is pretty much only relevant in this run for Aquilo science, but it's so relevant there. Unbelievably relevant. Was that attacking me at one of my walls down here? I really should put up some radars. But the radars will also be covered by me doing... why is Biolab doing nothing? Black science? Guns? Steel? Guns, drums, and steel? Alright, I need that steel badly. I need to turbocharge my stuff. Master from ActRaiser, give me steel. Yeah, new steel might be a pressing issue. I can feed it straight into this and that will subsidize my steel, won't it? Yeah, put it in there. Put it in there. That'll do for now. Get rid of some of these yellows for now. Where's my steel at? Yoink. Keep the stuff flowing, keep the stuff flowing. Purple is quite heavy on steel, isn't it? Purple science. 25 per... Ooh, boy. Oh, boy. Isn't that, you know, tons? So my 4,000 science is going to cover, like, about 100 purple science right there. That's insufficient. By a long way. Problems. How could I be having all these problems? Purple is the majority of steel need, yep. And I need that biolab done. Alright, well the black science is starting to pour out. Starting. Time pressure's really getting to you. Yeah, I know. I am well aware. I am no stranger to pressure. Guess I don't need these anymore. For now. Give it time. Give it sweet time. Alright, with the stone somewhat solved, how am I doing this now? I still feel like my steel is insufficient. But believe it or not, this stuff is flowing, so perhaps the idea is to just set up an additional pure steel line. Just take this stuff and make it into just steel. I mean, this stuff is already backing up quite a bit, isn't it? Yeah, unless I want to capture iron just to make steel. That would be a good reason to fetch the north, actually. At least while the steel that I have is going. Alright, Master from ActRaiser 2, you're going to have to supplement our steel for a little bit. Go back to Vulcanus and pick up another 8,000 steel. But for me, what am I doing? I need to defend these with roboports that have repair packs. So that means I need roboports, which I don't have, and repair packs, which I don't have, but I'm sure I automated repair packs somewhere. Do we have roboports inside the thing? Yes, we do. All right, in that case, my bots bring me my roboports. 25 roboports, please. Yes, personal logistics are now on. And would you look at that? I'm right next to these. What if walls get deleted? Then they're going to need some replacement walls, but I have replacement walls. They're also probably going to want to have some crappy storage chests for them, which will require reds, which I have. And also steel, which I've made a point about not having. Wasn't there even more steel over here? Yeah, there was. And that will vaguely help the steel, but I need a lot more. Yeah, I just need dedicated steel brought in. Badly. So yeah, I reckon either we capture that and make dedicated steel, or we make dedicated steel off the fringe of this. The fringe of this might not be the world's worst idea, because there's clearly too much iron going in here. Clearly. I'm very not opposed to that. That does mean I'm going to need yet more of my... lots of things, actually. Did we get those roboports? Did I imagine having roboports inside my personal network? No, that's members, not what there is. I don't have roboports. Okay, well, I can make roboports. They just cost a lot of... what's that material again? Starts with S, ends in I don't have enough. Oh yeah, sprockets as well. That also begins with S. Why is my inventory so full of gash? I don't need flying robot frames. I don't know why I'm holding on to these. I don't know why I'm holding on to a lot of things I'm holding on to. Get them out of here. Why do I have so many repair packs? That must have been a good reason. Am I gonna have enough of these? I don't need that many, right, do I? It'll just take one, maybe two for this, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe 6 tops. I currently have 6, 7, 8. Just make 1 or 2 more and we should be good. And get those walls defended. This is the kind of pressure that Deathworld adds, by the way. Don't get this kind of stuff without Deathworld. Biolab will be done in 14 minutes. That's really, really good. Much better than I thought. And that's twice enough time for my for the output of the biter eggs. Okay, so we're going to get the wall done. The southern wall, at least. Northern wall, we're thinking about it. I'm shocked by how good Jake's memory is and where he stored all his stuff. Really? It's all in logical places. It's all on a bus as well, so that makes it a lot easier to consider. Do I have power out there? No, but I am about to. Also, please try to remember to put down a radar here so we can keep our eye on the situation. No, we don't need a radar, but I want a radar anyway. Because the radar will explore further. We don't need to know about further. It uses power. And believe it or not, power is still a concern. Roboport. Oh, Roboport. Covers the whole damn thing. Excellent. Slam it down there. Robots. Give it a bunch of robots. Give it a bunch of these. Give it a junk chest. Give the junk chest some walls. And a few pipes to ground. And maybe 2 replacement flamethrowers. Maybe a few more than 2. Give it some power poles. And then there, it should be able to fix anything that happens to this wall. Just rely on bots. Yeah, I know. If you set up a good bot network, you would do far, far, far better than me. Perhaps even without that, you'd still do far, far better than me. What? No. But I'm not very experienced at rapidly setting up bot networks. You know, that whole thing where your base is still essentially building itself, that's quite foreign to me. And I gotta work with what I got. Right, the networks must be somewhat connected. Hey, there was these guys still down here as well, weren't there? That's kinda handy. Means I can just pick you up and connect you like so. That does connect. 2 more out here and we got the wall. The wall. Don't tell me that missed you. Don't tell me I missed you again. No, it's because it was never connected in the first place. You already have a bunch of odds and ends here. Have some more of these. Have some more of that. This is a remote location, so I'm actually going to reduce the pollution output here, just to minimize the odds of any kind of attack. It's mostly going to be exploration stuff. Also, oh man, I missed this long ago, but I don't have a pump jack. But I could make a pump jack. All right, sweet. Going to turbocharge that oil of ours, whether we like it or not. And we like it a lot. There we go. Turbocharge. At least it's an untapped bit of oil. But there we go. Now this is protected. Not only that, we've got range on the southern wall. Now let's sort some of that steel out. How are you doing, Master from Actraiser 2? You are full of steel. Great. Bring that steel back to Novis, please. Biolab is continuing on without much issue, which is great. I was really worried that my agricultural packs would die. And I don't have any spoilage management. See, look at the stuff at the end here that's spoiled, but that's because it was never within range of this. It was in range of you. No, we still have one little bit there that's fine. Turbocharged by efficiency modules. Yeah, but I don't want to add to the power demands on my base. Because I don't handle power so well here. The steam engines have to go pretty hard at night. Did I ever augment the coal? No, I need to get on the coal augmentation before I even think about the steel. If that coal runs out, I'm in deep doo-doo. We didn't find a good place for more coal. So I want to reduce power consumption where I can, which is why I might even put green modules onto brain. Activate for me. I'll put them on somewhere. And I think I will connect this at long last. Right, did I sever any energy here? Nope. Alright, begin. Begin harder than that. Super Force build is so Super Force cool. And I will add more on the back because I think some of these might run out. Looking good. Looking cool, Joker. Okay, so it's admittedly very close to the wall, but these things have a lot of hit points. I'm sure they'll be fine. Sure, they'll be fine. If not, the flamethrowers will protect them, and their pollution will be relatively small, right? Pollution 8 per minute. Okay, that's very, very high. But whatever. It's as good as we can do. These guys will want me dead then. In that case, maybe increase the defenses here a touch. On both sides. Alright, glorious. All this manual running around reminds me of desperation trying to get There Is No Spoon, and not in a good way. Hopefully not my desperation. Well, that would mean hopefully yours. No, I don't mean ill for you. I don't think I do. Master from Actraiser 2. I want more steel, please. I need to augment my steel with what you have before I set up an additional steel smelter. Also, I would like to... Bioflux won't last forever. I need some refined concrete so I can get the Biolab going, which is another pretty high concern. Where the heck are my... There you are. We good? We good. Oh, we're kind of good. There we go. Now I can have slightly more space here. What a hideous thing! Oh, it's disgusting. Right, I might actually do really disgusting things and do bot-fed biolabs. Just because it's faster. I don't like it, but it is faster. The biolabs are right around the corner. I need to make sure I have these goods. Biter eggs are easy. I think I have hundreds of biter eggs at the ready over here now. Hundreds? Hundreds. Sweet. So beyond that, I need to make sure that I have uranium, which I do. Reinforced concrete, I'm unsure. I don't think I've ever bothered making reinforced concrete in here. Yeah, there's been no need. But it's not difficult to make. Just needs water. And some stuff I already have. The labs and the capture bots. So the labs I can just sling up straight away if I need to, but maybe I'd rather make some. It only takes one lab, right? How many of these am I making? God knows, not more than 10. Anything else? Capture bot, I got those. Alright, so it's refined concrete. And some daring rogue already set this up with concrete. Hopefully I don't need more of this in the future, but... There we go. Now you're going to need steel and sticks. Well, go figure those sticks might be a problem. You know, the way I operate, that steel could be a problem. I get these bricks off my hand and get these off my hands and get these flammerwaffens and guns and things off my hands. Yeah, even the cargo bay and even some of this other stuff. I just need the space right now. Space currently for this steel, and then I'll make the sticks. Speaking of that steel, augment me with yet more steel, please. Yeah, I know, I meant to be doing some proper automation with flying this thing around, but that's all I got for now. I'll shove the rest of that steel into the buffer that's feeding my everything right now. Alright, make me some of this. Make it faster. And yeah, of course I want those sticks. I don't blame them. Let's make sure we have that kind of buffer right here. Take this steel and shove it right in. Why is the Biolab stuff falling off? Don't tell me it's because of engines. Speed up those engines considerably. I do not need more flamethrowers the way I'm going. That is fine, thank you. Frankly, a lot of these things should be upgraded, but I'm not made of these these high-level assembly machines. Should definitely fix my blue chip creation, but currently blue chips are not hugely in demand here, so I'm not too worried about that. What are you doing here? This science, on the other hand. Thank you, please. There, 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 there. And maybe that should be done for purple science as well, given how outrageously expensive it is. Purple science, I said. I hope I didn't output its other stuff there. No, I think it went straight into my inventory. Does that mean I ended up with some rails? Ew, stinky rails. What are these guys not getting? Rails? Why are we not getting rails? Steel? That something doesn't seem right. And it's not this incredibly cursed stone thing. Although it could be. Who ever signed off on this? The steel isn't surviving long enough to get here? Where was the steel meant to ever come from? Looks like steel's meant to come from here. There we go. Right. That will have definitely slowed things down. And when things are slowed down, I turbocharge them. Master from ActRaiser, you have no more steel. Okay. Maybe I should send you back for more steel. Alright, yes, I need more steel. It's 6.5 a dozen if you get it from Vulcanus or Fulgora. Group assigned, get me another 8,000 to this, please. I hope I'm not struggling with rocket launch components over in Vulcanus. It'd be very funny if I was. Also, I believe I need some iron sticks, but I suppose I can just make those by hand. They're hardly the most dangerous thing to make. Nonsense, who has that kind of time? Well, me, apparently. And this is for refined concrete. Why do I want refined concrete again? Ah, my biolabs. God, those poor biolabs. Good enough. Where do I keep my iron? Feels nice to be able to fly around quite rapidly, at least. Speed it up, speed it up. Come on, let's go. I said speedy. That's the kind of stuff that really, really canes my energy, though. Alright, good enough. Gotta be careful about the energy and possibly consider expanding it. There we go. They got their steel, they got their that stuff, so I can make the biolabs now. You also need regular concrete and Aquilo as well later. Yeah, well, I think I'll just get that concrete from Vulcanus, which means I should be preparing that concrete in a very convenient location. Because currently the concrete goes over here. I should probably belt it all the way down so it's easy to grab for this. Which I could certainly do. God, it feels nice to just be able to build things, for the love of God. With bots. That makes concrete, not bricks, right? Good, good. But yeah, this stuff is going to be high in demand on Aquilo. Concrete everything underfoot, and it only launches up 100 at a time in a rocket. I probably need more rocket silos, honestly, to fulfill my Aquilo needs. Right, Biolab's really, really close. Not sure I have the time to go and set up dedicated steel smelting, so I will have the Biolab set up first, and then I will probably make the additional steel. So I'll rearrange this such that it's a bit more balanced, and we have a dedicated bit of steel production done right here, or maybe here, so it's a bit more insulated pollution-wise. And then we drag a long belt of steel over to augment this dying production here. Well, it's not dying, but boy, it's had to... Ooh, this is dying. It's had to keep us going for a long, long time. This is part of the problem as well. These things... This iron patch will not last. Steel will die. But that's okay. Steel just needs to keep alive long enough for me to get the technologies that I need. Is it going to manage that, though? Well, one can certainly hope. Might also be good if I make everything a bit more efficient if I can. Oh, these things were never enjoying some lovely greens. Tell me I capped this. I did cap this like a clever bugger. If something's working now, it's probably working most of the time. Only 10 hours left. Oh boy, how much is left to do? All of Aquilo. Novis is mostly done. Vulcanus is done. Gleba's done. Gleba looks good, as long as there's no problems backing up or pentapods coming to destroy me. Gleba is amazing. Crumbs. Okay, Gleba is garbage. Is that a problem? Actually, that could really be a problem if we run into problems outputting our spoilage. No, that just means this one line will back up permanently, and that's actually not a problem at all. But it's interesting that I am out of Yamako. Even so, all that matters is that we get enough science made. And carbon. Carbon is fine. Science production here is... over the past hour. Probably some downsides when the Yamako doesn't come through. I could expand the Yamako. I could go over there and do some stuff here, because it would need some... Actually, with a bit of... hang on, are there enough seeds? Big question. Do we have enough seeds over here? Is that Yamako seed? It is Yamako seed. Okay, here's a proposition. I want artificial Yamako soil. Give me the gubs for it. Needs a lot of nutrients, huh? Can I siphon off these nutrients somehow? Take this. Do that. Take the nutrients. A lot of nutrients. And there you go. That'll get me the artificial soil to increase the output of that, and we could do it remotely. Also, huzzah, the biolabs are here. Now I get the rocket turret and anything else we need to get access to Aquilo, which includes asteroid processing. After that, it's all Aquilo all the way, baby. Which means we're going to need additional science, and I'm going to be building up those biolabs to actually process the science. Which means what we really need to do is design a ship that can get to Aquilo. But we're not doing that just yet. What am I doing just yet? Biolabs. For the love of God, biolabs. Not enough ingredients. Not enough cash. Need refined concrete, uranium, and those biter eggs, and we're getting on it. Refined concrete, please. Why did these not make it? Because they didn't have regular concrete. Do I have enough concrete then? Probably. Where is it? 100, 200, 300. How much does it take to make one? Where the heck is it? One only takes 25, so we're fine. Oh, God, no. No, don't undo anything over there. The no, we're not doing a solar one to Aquilo. That seems like suicide. That's not a lot of shiny green rocks. And I will need more of these. Oh, God, here's a problem. I never augmented these into big drills. That's getting changed straight away. Get that stuff launched. How about take all this and just move it a little bit further back. Up's a daisy, out's a daisy, in a daisy, and power up. There we go. That'll get me considerably more of this stuff, and then hopefully you guys will do just fine with them. Yeah, I need those shiny green rocks pretty badly. That's okay. I don't need a ton of fuel cells, and it doesn't take a lot to make a good amount of fuel cells. Biolab still needs biter eggs. We're on our way to get them now, as long as the biters don't, at the last minute, pit my hopes on that one. You missed a power on one drill. I did miss the power on one drill. My bots can fix that. Thank you. Thank you. Specifically, Moon IE or EI Noom. I'm not sure what to make of your name. Finally, Biolabs. It'll still make me a few more of these. I could have more of this if I still had my flying robot frames. If I wanted more biolabs. I don't know how many I'm going to need. I have not faffed around much with biolabs. But I do know where I can get some flying robot frames. Not here. Here. And this was just in time for using up my bioflux, by the way. Alright, just make me a bunch of them. Oh, right, yeah, we get more if we slam them out from there as well. Hey, I am short on the uranium. Funny that. Alright, we'll get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Surely 8 of them will be fine. Did I have any more shiny green rocks? Not a sausage. Oh well. Let's make sure this is part of the log net. The power demands are getting a little bit outrageous. Steam, the engines can barely keep up. Is that my problem? Yes, but also maybe not. Maybe not. 60 kilowatts, 150 kilowatts, 70 kilowatts. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, I might actually have to expand power to stop everything from dying. But hang on, do biolabs actually use power? Consumes 300 kilowatts, and they're going to use a lot if I augment them with beacons. I need to think hard about power here, and I do not want to go nuclear. Nor do I particularly want to go solar. But I might have to go solar. Alternatives? Solar doesn't do pollution, and I've got a lot of space here for it, so I think I have to augment my power with solar. Oh well, that means you, Master from ActRaiser 2. Could I please get a lot of solar panels? How many do I have? I don't care. They can burst out a lot of them over there. Solar panels. Give me, I don't know, 1,000 of them. That's 20 launches. I don't care. On the planet, they're 38. Okay, well, get them. And then get me similar 1,000 accumulators. No. Don't get me accumulators from there. Once you get those, go over to Fulgora and pick up 1,000 accumulators. I got tons of them over there. And these guys will surely make me those solar panels. Hang on, can solar panels be made in one of use? Ah, that's frustrating. I don't care, though. We're going to make solar panels here regardless. 50? Oh, hell no. Make me 500 here. Solar panels sadly take quite a bit of time to make. I don't have that kind of time, so we're going to speed things up a touch. It's like drugs, but it's for machines. The machina do all the work. Alright, all the goods that I need to make this, I'll get tons of them, so I'm not too fussed about that. Tell me you're going to get those speed modules real soon. Yeah, I mean, I could probably set it up so that I have an array of these guys, making them mega quick, but just get those done on the double. Heating towers are actually very strong. Yes! Always eating fuel? Is that a problem, though? Just set them to read temperature and only take fuel when temperature stats look good. Right. The days of belting science are over. The days of bot-based science are now. The days of eating my remaining steel are also now, it seems. What am I going to do with my... Okay, tell you what. I'm going to have some requester chests right here. And they're going to requester all of my spoilage. A completely temporary solution to an eternal problem. Yeah, just right here. Blip. I want you to demand all spoilage. Like a gorillion of it. Get to work. That way, whenever there is spoilage coming out here, we just grab it like so. As for all of this, it's going away. Thank you, Science Base. You have done much for me. Don't make me ask what I have done for you. I don't like the implications. There's a lot of garbage to be picked up here. In fact, I could probably speed it up by picking up a lot of the stuff myself, but then the bleeding inserters just go and do the rest for me, and I should also cut it off at the source. No, 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 more no. I mentioned how much I don't like having bot-fed stuff, but can't think of anything that's more time-efficient right now. Cannot insert. Yeah, I know. Take this and take all of my sciences. I mean, I could just not delete this and simply start a new science area, but I don't have time for thinking. And it's weird that I'm making my bots do this, isn't it? As in my personal bots. I should let the base bots do it. That way I don't need to faff around so much. There we go. Say goodbye to that. Let's say hello to the new exciting era of the Biolabs. What kind of Biolab design are we going to have? I don't know yet. Also get these twigs out of my way. They barely consume any pollution anymore. Don't have time to think about it, but I do have a lot of beacons, but beacons drain a lot of energy, but I'm surely about to solve my energy problems, so let's not worry too much about it. Just keep it simple. Biolabs fed by... How about just keep it very, very simple? Just a line of biolabs. Something to extract the spoilage will be needed. How many did I end up with? Something like 10? One would say that surely the surely the beacons up the center would be more appreciable. Could surely get another one here if I just space them out a little bit more. Is that all I have? Did I only make 8 of them? That doesn't feel right. I ran out of uranium, didn't I? Okay, well, it's not a problem. This will be fine. Then I want you to grab like 50 of all sciences. Is 200 really so bad to grab? Fifty. This is a big step, by the way. Really big step. I think that's more agricultural science flowing down right now. Space science. Metallurgic science. Agricultural science. Electromagnetic science. And in due time, cryogenic science. I don't care about Prometheum science. Maybe I do. We'll never have that, but when we do, we're ready. And then we want these things installed on the double. So give me the big fancy inserters. Wow, I don't even have fast inserters. Did I mention how low-tech my base is here? Where comes the power from? Could I have more power, please? Oh my lord. Okay. I think these got them anyway, though, right? Didn't they? Yeah, maybe that's fine. Alright, you eating the power? You're eating the power. You need to also be part of the log net. It's a very important lognet area. Now, what are we having here? It's actually quite important to have these things be efficient, but also fast, but also less... Okay, what are we looking at? 657 kilowatts. More efficiency, please. 800. It's like a megawatt each. Yeah, screw it, just slam them all down. And the output on this thing is energy down 40, but also energy up a lot. Alright, maybe this will be fine. Immediate regret on my power. It won't be able to handle it until, of course, I get all of that solar power over. Well, you have almost got all 1,000 of it. That's really good. Unfortunately, it's going to take quite a while for you to actually get the ones from Fulgora, because Fulgora takes an age and a half. But, man, these guys are going to be going pretty well on the science. Half the consumption. That rate is a bit slow, but that's a 2,000 science thing being done in 20 minutes, which means Aquilo will be another, like, 30 minutes or so, assuming the production can keep up, and maybe it can. And also, I need an active provider chest and some dedicated fast inserters, which are filtered for only spoilage. And this is if and when my agricultural stuff spoils. More of these, please. Yeah, I know. The bot-based stuff disgusts me too. But you can't say bot-based without based. Alright, there we go. It's not fancy, but it'll get the job done for the rest of the game. It'll also bucket out pollution. 42.6 per minute. And, yeah, my ability to produce that energy just will not be there until I get some accumulators and solar panels. That's you, Master from ActRaiser 2, please. Okay, you've kind of got what I'm looking for here. I want you to go over to Fulgora, and I want you to demand... like 1,000 of these. That's 20 launches. I can't handle 20 launches. Give me 500 of them then. That'll be 10 launches then. 10 of Fulgora's launches load of accumulators and bring that over. I don't know how much power that's going to do for me. I just have to hope that it'll be enough. But yeah, the pollution this causes is going to be pretty heavy on damage here. But I have walls and I have repair packs, and we don't have behemoths. Although we're at 0.822, so who knows, maybe it will be a problem. Curiously, does this spoil into a behemoth? I mean, one behemoth wouldn't be an issue, but this thing is starving. Can't imagine I need this anymore. Let's just not have it be a problem. If you block it, they won't spawn. Oh, you mean the blocking thing around it? I'm not arsing around with that. I don't have the template for it either. Okay, looks like that steel has stopped becoming... Well, it isn't here anymore. Drop me off the steel on your way, actually, please. Wouldn't take much for you to come back. Give me that steel. Still 24 minutes on that. Things are going a little slow. Oh, right. Part of the problem here is that I don't actually have my science packs going into chests right now. And they ought to. So let's keep it simple and stupid. See the science? Put the science in here. See that science? Put that science in here. A blue science and the black science, I suppose. That's right. Put them in these places. The bots will do the bots will do the rest. And these sciences that thus far have made it over here. You guessed it. This one is filtered for the purple stuff, and this stuff is filtered for the piddly stuff. Gosh, remember when we couldn't even have these sciences because of an achievement blocking them? There we go. Right, so now these will get a hold of all of the sciences. The ones that come out of the launch pad McQuack will get over here as well. I'm going to run out of some of these sciences though, so I need to set up my master from ActRaiser 2 to automatically get those for me. Oh, by the way, while you're here, assuming you are over Novis, which I'm quite certain you are, I need that steel, hombre. Alright, come on. I need it badly. I know about blocking with pipes. So here's the thing, the biters will still be aggroed over in that direction. If they start chewing the pipes, it undoes everything anyway. And what do I even achieve by doing that? Something ain't right. You're meant to dump that stuff in Novis, please. There we go. Now get to Fulgora and get me those other goods. Yeah, power's going to struggle for a while, because look at that. Solar panels work flat out, and they still need steam engine help during the day. But hopefully with a bunch of accumulators and stuff, we can solve a bit of the power issue, because there shouldn't be any more production we need to do here, apart from me solving the imminent steel issues. Leave the solar panels. They don't do anything right now. Well, they do a little bit, but also I could build with them. That would be a pretty big thing, wouldn't it? I could make a template while we wait. Could. Recht. I wonder how much of this stuff you make. You make like 3 per second. And this is hardly going to solve all of my issues, but I just need some more steel right now, so I don't have to keep begging and scraping steel from other sources. But only for now. Alright, I was wondering why things were a little off. You need to be powered as well. And while we're at it, if I have miners, I want those miners working. And I want those miners working in such a way that does not do horrible things to my power. More so than I'm already doing. So how much this is going to work? How much are these going to feed? I don't know. How many of these can a yellow belt feed? There's got to be a number, right? If you were doing this, you would make 0.62 per second. And these carry 15 per second. 0.62, so it's like not quite 30. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think it's 24. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Whatever, this is what we have. Give me that. Give me that again. I wish I had more efficiency modules, but this is all I got. I wish I had more power poles, but this is not quite all I've got yet. $24 normally. I like how you put normally in, because this run is anything but normal. Let me just take what we have here and dump it down again. I love bots. Get all my work done for me. And I'm going to need this again. I hope I have enough of these things. I'm taking them. Now where's the power? Why don't I feel the power? How many's half of these? That's 12. Alright, so now I just bring this over as yet another line of resources. Not a great one, but it's a line. Well, that's what the noise was earlier. Copper is delighting me by not being much of a problem. The thing is, one of copper's biggest issues is that I need it for low density structures, so I think my solution there is just not to need it for low density structures. If I need LDS badly, I will import it from Fulgora. Because I'd rather not import science ingredients from Vulcanus, it would feel a bit dirty. Says the man importing ungodly amounts of steel. Where the heck are those accumulators I told you to get? Don't tell me I deleted this off of you. Accumulators. From Fulgora. 500. Stat. That'll take a hot minute, but we'll get over here. In the meantime, I dream of the day that I can manage this. That flows, that flows. Alright, where's the steel going? Just bring it up over and plug it in. With all the belts that you have. Is that plug? Yep, plug. Well, it gets there. The spaghetti will continue to meet the ever-growing spaghetti needs of the base. Something like that. Ah ha ha ha. Alright, took a bit, but we're here. Plugging in that extra steel. Input priority is actually the fresh new stuff, so this existing stuff can last a little longer, but it's not going to saturate the belt, I'm quite sure of that. Steel, we like steel. Get steel thrown into here. I'm so low on things for some reason. Get this trash out of my inventory, please. These biter eggs are going to spoil into behemoths, which is quite funny. How do we make it a little less funny? I'll show you how. See this box? This box full of biter eggs that we don't like. I don't. And now it's gone. Hope I don't need those biter eggs for anything. It'd be very funny if I do. Yeah, get this trash out of my inventory. Give me the steel. Get that steel in my nebulous buffer. Including the actual buffer. There's some coal on the belt. There are a lot of belts. Which belt has coal on it? The steel one? Did I just introduce steel into the introduce coal into the steel thing? If it's just a bit, I'm sure it won't cause problems. The one you just built. Okay, well, I don't know where the coal is right now. Oh, I see it. Yoink. That was incredibly fortuitous. It just pops out there for me to grab. Anyway, with any luck, that will solve my problems with science. And science can just go on unprevented. And that means that next up is Aquilo. We research Aquilo, we go to Aquilo, And by my estimate, we have at least 8 hours to do Aquilo and get to the solar system edge. That's assuming like an hour and a half of faffing, because I'm going to need to build the Aquilo ship. Do we have anything to do right now? The base feels safe, surprisingly. I don't feel the need to get rid of this, and I actually think that my mines will hold. To make matters slightly better, I actually think that post-Aquilo, it's going to be a while before we get Aquilo Science done. We're actually going to have a bit of downtime to get some nice-to-have sciences. We can get the inserter bonus ratcheted up. We can get, what's going to be of importance? Explosive damage for our rockets in space. Bullet speed and damage for our bullets in space. Oh, snap. One thing I wanted to deal with was Gleba. Gleba should now have this. Artificial soil. And now what we can do is maximize the yield of our Yamako trees, which is what we seem to be lacking right now. Yeah, we don't lack on the jelly nuts. I think that's just because the jelly nut is a really good location here. We could add more on the jelly nuts too, but if the jelly nuts are backing up, then I don't think that's going to be a problem. Yeah, and they certainly are backing up. Not too big of a deal. If somehow it all spoiled, it would just go away, and then the spoilage would come out, join the belt, and get burnt, and that would make space for the new ones. One problem that could happen is if that backed up so badly I wouldn't have enough seeds, but I think I buffer enough seeds. Yeah, if anything, I have too many seeds. I should have a requester chest that burns the seeds over here if I get too many of them. But I think buffering will be sufficient. Although I kind of wish I had some more yellow chests for that. But yeah, buffering will be fine. He says. A little unsure of himself. But look at that, we're making good carbon. We're making good science. We're making great science. Production of all time. We have already produced 20,000 agricultural science. And now that 20,000 agricultural science is 40,000, minus degradation from spoilage, because of the biolabs. Love me biolabs. I just hope production can keep up. Alright, yeah, everything's going to the botnet as it should. What the hell is this? Oh well, doesn't matter. But yeah, the metallurgic and the electromagnetic science is wearing a bit thin, so the master from ActRaiser 2 needs to come back with my... What do you mean 0 on the way? I don't like all this waiting, I need the energy now. I got 100, 200, 300... I guess it's just delayed because these things are slow as sin. By the way, can Gleba still launch rockets? Lognet of Gleba says yes, and... Where's low density structures? Lots of low density structures. How about your fuel? Oh, wow. I want to pat myself on the back for this. It's working miraculously well. And it's quite complicated. I knew this design, I've made it before. But building it without a blueprint means actually understanding how it works. Which is why that Make Everything network was quite an undertaking. For my brain. 100. You know, since this is the most important place for it to go, why don't you just take all of the seeds here? That actually increases my buffer as well. Although that also stops me from being able to make more of the artificial soil, which I may or may not want. Also, I think we've made enough of this artificial soil. Could we instead make some artificial jelly nut soil in case we need it? How is it getting... Oh, the nutrients are coming out of here, aren't they? Yeah, I suppose it is. And I seriously do not need much of that. Just make me a batch like that. Running around with 1,000 repair packs. And every science pack. Alright, here's what I can do about that. Donk. That cleans that up. And here's what I can do about these. I don't need these crappy mining drills either. Don't need portable solar panels anymore. Don't need the spoilage. Just one bit of uranium I'm just carrying around for good luck. It makes me feel all tingly. The pollution output, by the way, let's have a look at that. Pollution here over the past hour. Oh, the boilers are going up. Actually, where are the biolabs? Biolab pollution nowhere near as bad as I thought. It's all the steel furnace's fault. But that's okay. I was not willing to augment my base with foundries. So we get this. We start work on Aquilo. And how's it going, Master, from Actraiser 2? Frankly, have enough of them. Bring them back to Novis now. How much does that improve output, by the way? What's that, like a 400-odd accumulators? 441 accumulators. What does that actually do for my power? Realistically. The steam engines work flat out, so I actually run out of power during the night. Fortunately, I've got all the space in the world to build power stuff over here, and I'm going to do it really, really simply. I'm also going to need a lot of small electric poles. So I'll just get to building those right now. Small electric poles are going to need you. Just make as many as you bleeding can. I think you make more than that, but I'm out of wood now. And I don't know where wood is in my log net. I suppose that's when I go, hey bots, see all that wood I gave you? I'd like a bunch of it back. Although I suppose I could just cut down trees. Why don't we keep it simple? Give me 200 wood. They're on the case. And I can watch them and find that my wood is over here. Apparently. Not that broken wooden chest, though. Since we have a little bit of downtime, I want to take a moment to look at the base that started it all. As we grow in power and complexity and beauty, once upon a time, the entire base was just this. The pipe wall around the side didn't expand out to here. The rows of assemblers, the beltless smelting, the coal all came from here. This is Gotlap. This is our entire oil refinery. Plastics, sulfur, buffers, blasts furnaces for smelting. This is our make everything machine. Our ramshackle flamethrowers. Couldn't afford many. We just had to put them down so that they covered everything. I've since taken down these ones since they get in the way of things. And I stripped out the engines so I can have this. I think I'll rebuild the engines. And all of the stone almost entirely mined out here. Always nice to make your original starter base into a fenced-off memorial. Sadly, the bastard biters broke my my shuttle. They aggroed on it from miles away, I might add. I was trying to keep it safe. Tried and failed, I suppose. All right, Master from Actraiser 2. I need this and those. You can keep a few solar panels just in case you need them more than I do. It's the accumulators I'm looking for. And now that we have Master from Actraiser 2 at the ready, he should begin his merry-go-round. So, no longer do I ride on you. You go and pick up science for me. So, you go to Vulcanus, and you wait 60 seconds. And actually, this should just be your, like, your science stuff. Do we have a symbol for science? There is a biolab, but I really find that that's a lot more recognizable as science pickup. Science pickup. Okay, and we'll keep it really simple, just 1,000 at a time. Although, if there's more, there's more. Nah, 1,000 at a time should be fine, right? We don't consume that much. So I want you to grab 1,000 metallurgic science from Vulcanus. I want you to pick up... No, not the agricultural stuff. I want you to get 1,000 of that stuff. And is that it? Yeah, that is it. Okay, cool. So you never go to Gleba. Wait a second. I want you to drop off goodies for Gleba. Okay, we'll include this in the science pickup stuff then. I want you to pick up low-density structures. I want you to grab... How many can get in a stack, by the way? 200, huh? Alright, get 1,000 of them from Fulgora. No, get them from Vulcanus. They're more free there. And I want you to get the processing units, but those you can get from Fulgora. And they come up in stacks of 300, so yeah, just grab 1,000 of them, we're all fine. I want you to go to Novis. Novis, you just wait for 30 seconds, make sure you have enough stuff. I no longer need to be present. And then what's your ordering? Yeah, Fulgora's fine. Fulgora, you just wait 60 odd seconds and get out of there. And then you go to Gleba, and you just wait like 60 seconds. Always make sure your cargo is okay if you're not in Fulgora. Fulgora is a bit too expensive on energy. You go to Vulcanus, you wait for 60 seconds, you come to Novis, it's just 30 seconds because you're offloading. Unloading is allowed everywhere. And I will make sure that the rocket silos demand all your thing. No longer passenger present, get moving. Alright, so you'll go to Fulgora, you're going to pick up the electromags and that. Gleba, I want you to have a constant demand for 300 of these and 300 of these. Good. Automatic, automatic. Fulgora, automatic, automatic. So Fulgora, and you are drowning in blues, right? Abu D, Abu Die, they're looking good. I was tempted to get the LDS, but LDS is actually quite rare out of scrap. And scrap doesn't flow nearly as much as I'd like it to because my train network blows. But it's not about flowing amazingly, it's about flowing so that I always have holmium coming in, stocked and at the ready for Aquilo. Master from ActRaiser 2, we want to make sure that Vulcanus is going to be accommodating for you. Vulcanus, all of these are set to automagically get your stuff. There should be no issue having loads and loads of LDS. I could actually way bump up the module stuff here, couldn't I? But frankly, I have plenty. Maybe more of these? I don't know. Make a few more of those just in case. Not sure about the Mark IIIs yet. We'll consider that down the line. Oh lord, how did this not happen? I was meant to bring concrete over. We're going to need a lot of that for Aquilo. And this is why you come back and check. This is why the run is so stressful, by the way. Make a mistake, forget about it, and then who knows, it might have been going wrong for God knows how many hours. We have other things like the rapidly depleting coal patch. Rapido. Let's just hope that the consumption doesn't need to keep ramping up. Anyway, that stuff is all going to go out. And then, of course, on Novis, Novis demands... That's okay, and that's not Behemoth. No, we're still 0.075 away from Behemoths. Yes, you here on Novis, you demand science, you demand agricultural, you demand metallurgic, you demand electromagnetic, and that's all the sciences that come in for now. Eventually I'll switch these out for other sciences, and my biolabs are going. Alright, so that means it's probably going to take another... God knows, 72 science per minute, 10 minutes. It'll take about half an hour to research Aquilo. That gives us a half an hour to put together the ship, and it'll be easier to put together the ship when we have access to advanced asteroid processing. We're going to need that. It'll be very important. Somebody mentioned that an hour ago. Yeah, this is a very, very difficult run to be doing whilst paying attention to chat. Very difficult indeed. Let's hope that calcite doesn't run out. It doesn't stack. But that's something I really look forward to getting, by the way, stack inserter. There's a thought. Seamaster from ActRaiser 2. When you stop by, I want you to grab carbon fiber. How many can you put up in one go? 500. All right. Make sure you have 1,000 carbon fiber from Gleba, please. And I want Vulcanus to want that. Do I even have a cargo landing pad on Vulcanus? Real question. Landing pad? No, just landfill. Okay. Could I please fix that right now? Cargo landing pad. Make money, money, make. It's not a big thing to have to make. How long does it take to make? 30 seconds. How dare it need all that concrete? Come Come on, you bugger. The idea is to make my stack inserters here. Although, do I need to make my stack inserters here? Trash unrequested. Let's consider for a moment stack insertion. Really, really, really powerful thing, by the way. Which I haven't researched. No, it was under the nice to have, wasn't it? And nice to haves we don't get. But anyway, stack inserter is amazing. It puts things on top of other things. It is expensive, but it's probably one of the priority targets to take while we're waiting for Aquilo to be set up. Oh yeah, it needs jelly. Does that mean we do it the other way around? Maybe we drop off processing units and the goods. Maybe just drop off bulk inserters there and then turn them into those things. Yeah, that's fine, because there's not going to be a lot of output of goods. On the other hand, I make my spaceships over in Vulcanus. But that means transporting jelly, and that's incredibly unpleasant. Okay, Master from ActRaiser, do not pick that up. Instead... Instead... I want you to... pick up these things. Pick up, like, 400 of these things from Vulcanus. And then just that way I can just drop them off and make a big stack of stack inserters over in Gleba. And we have the bot network to do that. All right. Big milestone. We have cleared the 4 planets. Now it's time for Aquilo. The Aquilo research will take 40 minutes, meaning we're going to have 8.5 hours to do all of Aquilo and to build a ship that wins the game. Aquilo is really, really, really tough. Well, is it? It's going to be tough for this run. There's a lot of very, very expensive research to be done, but now that we've automated all the science packs coming in, it shouldn't be a concern. And we're not probably going to be doing fusion stuff. Although it's necessary for Promethium, apparently. I also need to build up the goods. So yeah, I've got 40 minutes to make my spaceship that can get to Aquilo, but can also be upgraded in a very minor way to do the end of the game. Because I'm not building a whole new spaceship for Edge of the World. And I really don't want to do fusion. So that's certainly where we cut it off here for today. Let's make that save and feel very good about what we've done. Stream 08. Aquilo awaits. There's probably going to be a stream between now and doing Aquilo where I design that ship, because I'm not doing that on the clock. So we'll open up Editor and make a ship that can handle that. Aquilo just to get to Edge isn't that hard on normal science. Exactly. I think it'll be just fine. But still have to build Aquilo without messing up, and I have to have my existing planets not die on me. There are no more achievements that are stopping me from doing anything. We can destroy bases, we can fight with lasers, we can do solar, all of that. And the only other thing that has any requirements is express delivery. After we get that done, it's just a victory lap to pick up all the achievements, and I don't see why I wouldn't. It's going to be a bit tedious for some of them, but especially no room for more. But I'll get it done so that I can look at this and say I've now 100%ed Factorio pre and post Space Age. Anyway, that's it for me. This was kind of exhausting, but I'm very, very proud of Vulcanus not falling apart. Fulgora, okay, maybe there's not a lot of pride here, but Fulgora is still going, and it did get me my awesome armor. And I'm very happy with Gleba. Look at that. That base, I think, is smaller than our starting base. I mean our starting base. Look at that! You could fit multiple of it in our very starting pipe base. And it does all of Gleba. Okay, it relies on imports, but who cares? We have one job to do, and it doesn't matter how we get there. Whew, I'll admit, things are looking really hairy coming out of Vulcanus, under-timed. By the way, now that we put down all that artificial soil, this thing is able to put down a lot more trees. It's brilliant. It probably means a lot of spoilage, but it's still brilliant. Anyway, excellent work by me. Until I am back with more, though, I'm going to enjoy my 2 days off. Well, I say enjoy, and days off, but actually I'm probably going to spend the whole time playing either... No, it'll be playing EU5. Can't see any reason to do anything else other than that. So until I return, which might be Wednesday, might. So cheers and cheerio.